declaring the Ilab Garden City project and its premises located in Santa Cruz, Giginto, Bulacan an ecotourism site by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3240 declaring Bahay na Tisa in Balagtas, Bulacan as a historical and tourism site by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3241 declaring the Hatiran Fiesta as an official festival in Bocaue, Bulacan by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3242 declaring the Shrine of the Battle of Cacarong de Sili and its premises located in Real de Cacarong, Pandi, Bulacan, a historical park and ecotourism site by Representative Cruz Agata Paula.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3243 mandating all tollway operators to use Unified Electronic Toll Collection Access Pass by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 3244 establishing Parañaque School of Arts by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3245 creating the Department of Disaster Resilience by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience and Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 3246 creating 3 additional branches of the RTC in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in Parañaque City by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3247 establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways and Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 3248 converting the Laak Satellite Campus of the Davao de Oro State College located in the 2nd District of Davao de Oro into the Laak branch of the Davao de Oro State College by Representatives Zaniza and Zamora Maria Carmen.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 3249 establishing the Bureau of Agriculture Cooperative Development as an attached agency under the DA by Representative Co.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3250 institutionalizing a national seafood traceability system by Representative Co.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 3251 establishing the National Coffee and Cocoa Research Center by Representative Co.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3252 establishing a National Agro-Food Facility by Representative Co.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 3253 granting the Occidental Mindoro Electric Cooperative Inc. a franchise for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in certain municipalities in the province of Occidental Mindoro by Representatives De Jesus, Dagook, and Tariela.
To the Special Committee or to the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 3254 establishing a framework for blue economy by Representative Singson Bihan.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill numbers 3255 and 3256 separating certain sitios from barangays Manatong and Suyo proper in Suyo, Ilocos Sur and constituting them into barangays Butak and Kidapian respectively by Representative Singson Bihan.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3257 declaring and designating Northern Luzon Heroes Hill National Park situated within the municipalities of Narvacan and Santa, Ilocos Sur as the Northern Luzon Heroes Hill Natural Monument by Representative Singson Bihan.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 3258 creating the Pasig River Integrated and Sustainable Development Commission by Representative Singson Bihan.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 3259 establishing youth development centers in every city and municipality by Representative Santos Mark Anthony.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 3260 to establish an elderly care and nursing complex in the province of Camarines Norte by Representative Talyado.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 3261 declaring the Santa Elena in Camarines Norte as an ecotourism zone by Representative Talyado.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 3262 declaring the Capalonga, Camarines Norte as an ecotourism zone by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3263, declaring the Parroquia de Nuestra Señora de Candelaria in Paracale, Camarines Norte as a pilgrimage site and as a tourism destination by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3264, establishing in Santa Elena, Camarines Norte, the Santa Elena TESDA Training and Assessment Center by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3265, creating additional branches of RTC to be stationed in Labo, Camarines Norte by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 3266, establishing a national minimum wage rate for private sector workers by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 3267, establishing the National Police Clearance System by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 3268, banning single-use plastics nationwide by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 3269, creating an agricultural pension fund for enhanced social protection to poor agricultural workers by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bills 3270 and 3271, declaring the municipalities of Paracale and Jose Pangadiban in Camarines Norte as ecotourism zones by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3272, establishing the One Tablet, One Student program for all students enrolled in public schools and SUZs by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3273, declaring February 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Camarines Norte, repealing RA 9090 by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3274, providing for fixed salaries of barangay officials and such other benefits being received by regular government employees by Representative Talyado.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3275, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Defensor.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3276, declaring the Haniway Public Cemetery and its adjoining structures as a National Cultural Center, treasure by Representative Defensor.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3277, converting the Mina Badyangan Diversion Road in the province of Iloilo to a national road by Representative Defensor.
to the Committee of Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3278, converting the circumferential roads of the 9 island barangays of Dapa, Surigao del Norte into national roads by Representative Matugas.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3279, establishing a regular district office of the LTO in Viga, Catanduanes by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3280, establishing a multi-species marine hatchery and research center in Bato, Catanduanes by Representative Rodriguez Eulogio.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries and Resources,
House Bill 3281, mandating all power, telecommunications, cable, and internet providers to mend dangling wires and clear non-operational overhead wires and cables by Representatives Valeriano and Chua.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3282, providing stronger measures for the conservation and protection of wildlife resources and their habitats by Representative Dalog.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 3283, modifying the grounds for substitution of candidates by Representative Dalog.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 3284, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers by Representative Dalog.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3192, enhancing the National Shelter Program by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3193, institutionalizing and strengthening the National Cybersecurity Framework by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 3194, to reform the budget process, instituting an integrated PFM system and increasing budget transparency and participation by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill 3195, establishing a regulatory framework for a robust, reliable, and trustworthy development, application, and use of artificial intelligence systems by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Information, Communications, Technology,
House Bill 3196, promoting transparent governance and instituting anti-corruption mechanisms in the operation of banks and other financial institutions by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 3197, expanding the services of the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation and encouraging private sector participation in agricultural insurance by Representative Yulo.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 3198, instituting a national autism care plan by Representatives Sendanya, Diokno, Ismula, and Bagao.
To the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3199, establishing a welfare and social assistance program to families left behind by overseas Filipino workers by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 3200, establishing information and communications technology hubs nationwide by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
House Bill 3201, mandating the teaching of tax literacy, consciousness, and responsibility in intermediate, secondary, technical, vocational, and tertiary education by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3202, providing free school meals for kindergarten and elementary students by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3203, strengthening the COMELEC by increasing the manpower complement in its field offices by Representative Primicia Sagabas.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 3204, declaring a parcel of land located in certain municipalities in Zamboanga del Norte as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape by Representative Labad-Labad.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 3205, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC and 5 additional branches of the MTCC in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Labad-Labad.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 3206, declaring December 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte to be known as Araw ng Sindangan by Representative Labad-Labad.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3207, providing for the Bill of Rights and Obligations of Taxpayers by Representatives Garcia Dante and Tereng.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 3208, mandating Philippine consular offices and service attachés abroad to operate during official holidays of host countries and at least 2 weekend days a month to enable overseas Filipinos to transact business without loss of income by Representatives Tereng and Garcia Dante.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 3285, mandating the establishment of agri-food terminals and trading centers in every province by Representative Degamo.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 3286, mandating the establishment of Kadiwa centers as agri-food terminals and trading centers in the 3rd District of Negros Oriental by Representative Degamo.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 3287, establishing the Municipality of Siaton Women and Children Protection Center by Representative Degamo.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill numbers 3288 and 3291, declaring several roads in certain municipalities of Davao Oriental as national roads by Representative Dayangira.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 3292, creating the San Rafael Special Economic Zone Authority in San Rafael, Bulacan by Representative Yolago.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3293, establishing a national framework for the mandatory environmental insurance coverage of environmentally critical projects by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 3294, establishing the Science for Change program by Representative Ataide.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 3295, upgrading the classification of Partido District Office of the LTO in Tigaon, Camarines Sur from Class D to Class C District Office by Representative Fuentebella.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3296, establishing the Speaker Arnulfo Noli P. Fuentebella Training Center, TESDA Capsimas Partido Campus in Tigaon, Camarines Sur by Representative Fuentebella.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3297, establishing the San Rafael National High School for the Arts in San Rafael, Tigaon, Camarines Sur, by Representative Fuentebella.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3298, establishing the Economic Zone and Freeport in Southern Leyte, by Representative Mercado.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3299, creating a province called Moro Province for the Special Geographic Area, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, by Representatives Mendoza, Santos, Maria, Alana, Samantha, and Cruzado.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3300, upgrading the LTO District Office in Dagupan City, Pangasinan from Class B to Class A, by Representative De Venecia.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3301, institutionalizing the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation Program of the DSWD, by Representative Almonte.
to the Committee on Social Services,
House Bill 3302, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, by Representative Almonte.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3303, establishing air passengers' rights and compensation for delayed and canceled flights, by Representative Pumaren.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3304, establishing the National Transportation Safety Board, by Representative Pumaren.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3305, converting the municipality of Liloan in the province of Cebu into a component city to be known as the City of Liloan, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3306, creating the Community Health Worker Education and Training Program, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3307, requiring the establishment of dialysis clinics in all national, regional, and provincial hospitals and providing for free dialysis treatments to indigent patients, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3308, providing for affordable funeral services to indigents, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3309, establishing a domestic commercial airport in San Francisco, Cebu, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3310, declaring the Cebu Safari and Adventure Park located in Corte Carmen, Cebu, a tourism destination, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3311, declaring the Bagakay Point Lighthouse in Liloan, Cebu as a tourist destination, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3312, declaring Santiago Public Beach in Camotes Islands, San Francisco, Cebu as a tourist destination, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3313, upgrading the Cebu Provincial Hospital in Danao City, Cebu into the North Cebu Medical Center, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3314, providing for the establishment of the Heart Center of the Philippines, Visayas in Liloan, Cebu, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3315, rationalizing the management of natural resources in Camotes Island, Cebu, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 3316 to 3319, converting several roads in certain areas in the province of Cebu into national roads, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 3320 and 3321, establishing the Cebu Normal University, Catmon Campus, and Cebu Normal University, Poro Campus in Catmon and Poro, Cebu, respectively, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3322, providing for the construction and establishment of Sogod Cebu International Airport in Sogod, Cebu, by Representative Frasco.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3323, promoting inclusive education, entrepreneurship, and employment for sustainable development among 4Ps adult beneficiaries, by Representatives Abalos and Libanan.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill 3324, providing indigent job seekers discounted or waived fees and charges in the issuance of certain pre-employment documents issued by government agencies, by Representatives Abalos and Libanan.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill 3325, declaring every fourth Friday of October as a special non-working holiday for the whole province of Negros Oriental in celebration of the Buglasan Festival, by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3326, amending certain parcel articles of the Labor Code of the Philippines, by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 3327, converting the provincial road which traverses from the National Highway in Tanhay City to certain barangays until the national road going to Mabinay, Calumbayan to Bayawan City into a national road by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 3328, establishing the Negros Oriental Rehabilitation Center in Amlan, Negros Oriental by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Dangerous Drugs,
House Bill 3329, granting a franchise to the Negros Oriental One Electric Cooperative, Inc. by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill 3330, amending the Sugar Development Act of 2015 by Representative Sagarbaria.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill numbers 3331 to 3344, declaring certain falls and caves located in several areas in Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental as ecotourism sites by Representatives Rodriguez Maximo and Rodriguez Rufus.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill numbers 3345 to 3350, establishing community forests in certain barangays in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental by Representatives Rodriguez Rufus and Rodriguez Maximo.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 3351, establishing the Novaliches Health Center and Lying-in Clinic in Novaliches proper, Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3352, establishing the Novaliches Sports Training Center in the 5th District of Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 3353, establishing an on-site in-city or near-city resettlement program for informal settler families by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3354, establishing the Philippine Geriatric Health and Research Institute by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3355, creating a database of products containing probable carcinogens by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3356, lowering the optional retirement age for public school teachers from 60 years old to 55 years old by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 3357, authorizing the construction of the Quezon City District 5 Sports Arena in Fairview, Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 3358, ensuring safe drinking water by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3359, establishing an on-site, in-city, near-city, or off-city local government resettlement program for informal settler families by Representative De Lima.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3360, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management by Representative Roque.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways and the Committee on Government Reorganization,
House Bill 3361, requiring or graduating senior high school and college students to plant 2 trees each as a civic duty by Representative Montes.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 3362, establishing an agriculture information system in all cities and municipalities by Representative Montes.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 3363, rationalizing the benefits and privileges of senior citizens and PWDs by Representative Montes.
to the Committee on Ways and Means, the Committee on Senior Citizens, and the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities,
House Bill 3364, strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis by Representative Montes.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3365, to increase campus security and crime awareness, installing CCTV cameras in all schools by Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 3366, establishing the Siquijor Special Economic Zone Authority in Maria Siquijor by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 3367, establishing an intergovernmental task force for the protection and assistance of tourists by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3368, converting the Siquijor State College in the Larina, Siquijor, including its extension campus in Lazi, Siquijor, into a state university by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3369, providing for a coastal tourism planning development program by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 3370, establishing welfare homes for destitute persons by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Social Services,
House Bill 3371 granting Philippine citizenship to Michael John Butler by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 3372 providing incentives to all barangay officials and employees by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3373 further granting the Director of the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group the authority to administer oath and to issue subpoena and subpoena duces tecum by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 3374 and 3375 amending certain sections of the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Villa.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 3376 establishing the Western Philippines Multi-Specialty Medical Center by Representatives Alvarez Jose and Acosta.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3377 strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council by Representatives Alba, Flores, Roque, Zubiri, Ayon, and Veloso Tuazon.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 3378, an act providing for a 5-year validity period of the professional identification cards of all professionals under the Professional Regulation Commission by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, and Daza.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 3379, instituting a comprehensive national autism spectrum disorder program by Representative Benitez Alfredo.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3380, creating a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources by Representatives Horibata, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ridon.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, and the Committee on Government Reorganization,
House Bill numbers 3381 to 3385, establishing fish ports in certain municipalities in Camarines Sur by Representatives Horibata, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ridon.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill numbers 3386 and 3387, establishing satellite multi-species marine hatcheries in Pasacao and San Fernando, province of Camarines Sur, by Representatives Horibata, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ridon.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 3388, providing a fuel subsidy for municipal fisherfolk, by Representatives Horibata, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ridon.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 3389, creating the Philippine Seaweed Development Authority, by Representatives Horibata, Villaferte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villaferte Miguel Luis, and Ridon.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 3390, strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy and organizational reforms, by Representative Bangcoro.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 3391, establishing in Malangas, Zamboanga, Sibugay, the Balangas Medical Center, by Representative Bangcoro.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3392, enhancing the National Shelter Program, by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3393, providing for the development of sustainable cities and communities in the country, by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3394, mandating the allocation of an area for ICT infrastructure and facilities in subdivisions and housing development projects, by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 3395, institutionalizing dynamic learning program as a national master-based independent learning strategy in the K-12 basic education, by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3396, establishing a nationwide land classification framework, by Representative Luistro.
to the Special Committee on Land Use,
House Bill 3397, improving the mental and behavioral health services in college and university campuses, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 3398, promoting the rights and welfare of nurses, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3399, creating the National Museum of Filipino Women, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 3400, promoting women's participation and representation in and by political parties, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 3401, creating a national women's business enterprise policy, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 3402, mandating the inclusion of the blood type of individuals in their birth certificates, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3403, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill 3404, providing free childcare centers in every municipality and city, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 3405, to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during public health emergencies, public health threats, disasters, and other health events of public concern, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Women and Gender Equality,
House Bill 3406, providing for the public disclosure of the standard cost of drugs, procedures, and services by hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers, by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 3407, declaring a parcel of land of the public domain located in certain barangays in Jose P. Rizal, Palawan, as agricultural land and open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, and industrial use, by Representatives Alvarez Jose and Acosta.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 3408, prohibiting the conversion of irrigated and irrigable agricultural lands for non-agricultural uses, by Representative Oducado.
to the Committee on Agrarian Reform,
Resolutions. House Resolution 116, directing the House through the Committees on Human Rights and Justice to conduct a joint investigation into the systemic human rights violations, retaliatory actions, and abusive practices of the Bureau of Corrections, including the permanent ban imposed on Fides Lim, by Representatives Tino and Co. Rene Luis.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 117, urging the Committee on Labor and Employment and other appropriate House committees to conduct an investigation on the response and handling of the maritime incidents involving Filipino crew members on board vessels that were attacked and sank at the Red Sea, by Representative Aumentado.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 118, urging the House to exercise its oversight function and to conduct an investigation on the implementation of the Local Government Code and EO number 138, series of 2021, in light of the Mandanas-Garcia ruling, by Representative Co. Wilton.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 119, expressing the sense of the House to expand the services of the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, by Representative Cruzado.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Resolution 120, a resolution expressing profound congratulations to the Philippine men's national tennis team for earning a promotion to Group 3 Asia-Oceania Zone of the Davis Cup, by Representatives from Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Marcos, Lebanon, and Daza.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 121, expressing the great pride and joy of Filipinos in the gold medal victory of legit status in the 2025 World Hip Hop Dance Championship held last July 26, 2025 to August 2, 2025 in USA, by Representative Tolentino.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 122, expressing the great pride and joy of Filipinos in the victory of Carlo Biado in the World Pool Championship held in Saudi Arabia last July 27, 2025, by Representative Tolentino.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 123, directing the Committee on Agriculture and Food to conduct an inquiry into the sustainability of the Benting Bigas Meron Na program of the Department of Agriculture, by Representative Benitez Alfredo.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 124, directing the Committee on Transportation to conduct an inquiry on the implementation of the mandated use of aero bridges in all airports, by Representative Benitez Alfredo.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 125, directing the Committee on Health to conduct inquiry on the reported delay in guarantee letter reimbursement and denial late payments of PhilHealth claims, by Representative Benitez Alfredo.
to the Committee on Rules,
Additional reference of business resolution, House Concurrent Resolution number 4, titled Concurrent Resolution Amending the Legislative Calendar for the First Regular Session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines, by Representatives Marcos and Debanan.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of Honorable Tobias Toby Chanco, Lone District of Navotas City, Navotas City Youth Official.
To the distinguished guests of Honorable Tiangco, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of Honorable Roman T. Romulo, Lone District, Pasig City, Axel Bacunawa, Junior Congressman for Pasig City.
Mr. Axel Baconawa is welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request also that we recognize the guests of Honorable Congressman Brian Yamsuan of Parañaque City, District 2, Barangay San Martin de Forest, namely Barangay Captain Telma Cuico Singson, Barangay Kagawad Michael Tor Singson, Barangay Kagawad Joy Bornalis Garrido, Barangay Kagawad Jocelyn Quesada Bautista, Barangay Kagawad Josephine Dalamon Ramos, Barangay Kagawad J. Mark Pajardo Solomon, Barangay Kagawad Carlo Cadag Miliano, Barangay Kagawad Roldan C. Makabata, SK Chairwoman Josephine Dalanon Ramos, SK Kagawad Haron Ibarreta Katakutan, SK Kagawad Onib Palanya, SK Kagawad Jobilin Escalante Grofil, SK Kagawad Kurt Winsel Pontelera Belarmino, SK Kagawad Eliza May Ferrer del Rosario, and Shani Salvante.
To the distinguished guests of Honorable Yamsuan, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of Representative Nico Raul S. Daza, Representative 1st District, Northern Samar. Guest from Northern Samar, Municipal Councilor Maricor Jingay G. Mendador of the LGU Katarman.
The Honorable Maricor Jingay Mendador of Catarman is welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of Representative Leonel Jong D. Senisa, 2nd District of Davao de Oro, Pastor Alfonso I. Tabas, and Attorney Cherecel Lau Tabas.
The distinguished guests of Honorable Leonel Jong Seniza of the 2nd District of Davao de Oro is welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of the Honorable Brian Poe, FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List, national and local officers and members, FPJ Youth, Jasia Gutierrez, National Director for Policy and Advocacy, Sandro Artiliano, National Spokesperson, Kate Manalo, Deputy Secretary General for NCR, Jim Fernandez, Deputy Secretary General for Luzon, Casey Carriazo, President FPJ Youth Manila, Mary Joy de los Reyes, Secretary for FPJ Youth Caloocan, Camille Magyaya, Secretary for FPJ Youth Quezon City, Amiel Pelagio, Member FPJ Youth, Dominic Nico Abustan, President FPJ Youth Camarines Norte, John Paulo Taguba, Vice President FPJ Youth Quezon City, Cian Angeles, National Treasurer FPJ Youth, and Noah Prio, National Director for Logistics FPJ Youth.
To the distinguished guests of Honorable Ryan Poe, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that we recognize the guests of Honorable Brian Poe, FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List, the Pangasinan Vice Mayor and Councilors, Vice Mayor J.M. Crisostomo Lingayen, Consi Lovely Lian Maramba Mangaldan, Richard Raquel, Consi Reyna Tamundong, San Carlos City, Consi Norman Rosette Burgos, Consi JJ Carrera, Imali, Consi Danica Canto, Dagupan City, Consi Daryl Bataan, Aguilar, Consi Edren Lianilo Bugalyon, Consi Monica Ramos Basista, Consi Gina Oyaman Sison, Consi Marvin Karanay Anda, Consi Michael D. Tayug, Consi Jairus Dulay San Nicolas, and Pauline Regacho.
To the
That's all, Mr.
distinguished
Speaker.
officials of Pangasinan, from Vice Mayor J.M. Crisostomo and all the councilors, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of Southern Leyte, Congressman Oging Mercado, for a short manifestation.
Congressman Mercado is recognized.
Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader and Mr. Speaker. Southern Leyte now, Mr. Speaker, is composed of 2 districts. So I represent the Southern Leyte First District, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Anyway, under Rule 2, Section 7 or letter B, all members are required to attend plenary session, Mr. Speaker. And our journal, number 3, dated Monday, August 4, 2025, this humble representation, would like to avail of Section 71, Rule 11 of the provisional rules of the House, where during that day, Mr. Speaker, I was, this humble representation, attended a committee meeting with the Committee on Government Finance. So it appears that there is only one asterisk in my name. So I would like to request that Section 71 be applied in my case, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, the Secretary General is instructed to make the proper correction. Honorable Mercado. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect to the Committee on Accounts as Vice Chairperson Miguel Luis R. Villafuerte, to the Committee on Appropriations as members Denise Almario, Milagros Aquino Magsaysay, Munir M. Arbison, Juan Carlos Ataide, Angelo Marcos Barba, Alfelito Bascug, Claudine Bautista Lim, Ferdinand Beltran, Javier Benitez, Patricia Calderon, Timothy Caiton, Katrina Chuatay, Victoria Copilar, Ricardo S. Cruz, Maximo Dalog Jr., Wilfredo Mark Enverga, Felimon Espares, Antonio Ferrer, Suyoshi Hori Horibata, Emmanuel Iway, Nina Lacson, Jose Florendo Lagnameo, Carlos Loria, Isidro Lumayag, Nathaniel Oducado, Antolin Oreta III, Eddie Bong G. Plaza, Laarni Lavin Roque, Mark Anthony Santos, Richelle Singson, Kenneth Paulo C. Tereng, Ralph Tulfo, Rolando Valeriano, Floribel C. Yatco, Rebecca Inares, and Richard Gomez. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food as Vice Chairperson, Arlen C. Panaligan. As members, Bella Swansing and Julius Vergara. To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources as member, Ana P. York Bondok. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries as member, Rolando Valeriano and Francisco Kiko Barzaga. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture as member, Carmelo Lasatin. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation as Vice Chairperson, Ana York Bondok. As members, Antolin Oreta III, Bella Swansing. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments as members, Victoria Copilar and Antolin Oreta III. To the Committee on Cooperatives Development as members, Ana York Bondok and Alexandria P. Gonzalez. To the Committee on Disaster Resilience as Vice Chairperson, Javier Miguel Lopez Benitez, and as member, Ana York Bondok. To the Committee on Ecology as Vice Chairperson, Ana York Bondok, and as member, Linabel Ruth Villarica. To the Committee on Economic Affairs as Vice Chairperson, Ana Veloso Tuason, and as member, Ana York Bondok. To the Committee on Energy as member, Carlos Andes Loria. To the Committee on Flagship Programs and Projects as member, Marcelino Marci Teodoro. And to the Committee on Foreign Affairs as Vice Chairpersons, Adrian Advincula and Claudine Diana Bautista Lim. To the Committee on Health as Vice Chairpersons, Claudine Diana Bautista Lim and Gurley Veloso, Vice Jude Asidre. As member, Ferdinand L. Hernandez. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education as Vice Chairperson, Ferdinand L. Hernandez, and as member, Bella Swansing. To the Committee on Human Rights as Vice Chairperson, Marlo Bangcoro. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology as Senior Vice Chairperson, Chino Miguel Almario. As Member, Sun Shimura. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy as members, Linabel Villarica and Maria Cristina C. Angeles. To the Committee on Justice as Member, Ana York P. Bondoc. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises as Member, Javier Miguel Lopez Benitez. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development as Member, Julius J. Vergara. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs as Vice Chairperson, Sherlyn Banyas Nograles. And as members, Marlo Bangcoro, Marlesa Hofer Hasim, and Bella Swansing. To the Committee on National Defense and Security as Vice Chairpersons, Arnan Panaligan and Richard I. Gomez. As members, Solomon Chongalao, Mark Enverga, Arnie Fuentabella, Jose Alvarez, Emilio Tanuatco III. To the Committee on Natural Resources as member, Leody Tariela. And to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation as member, Bella Swansing. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety as Vice Chairperson, Romeo Acop. To the Committee on the Revision of Laws as member, Marlo Bangcoro. To the Committee on Rural Development as Vice Chairpersons, Emmanuel Iway and Isidro Lumayag. To the Committee on Tourism as member, Yeda Marie K. Romualdez. To the Committee on Trade and Industry as member, Marlesa Doc Marley Hofer Hasim. To the Committee on Transportation as Senior Vice Chairperson, Ramon Rodrigo L. Gutierrez. As Vice Chairperson, Romeo Acop, Ferdinand Hernandez, Claudine Diana Bautista Lim. And as member, Agustina Dominique C. Pancho. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare as member, Romeo Acop. To the Committee on Visayas Development as member, Javier Lopez Benitez. To the Committee on Welfare of Children as member, Marlesa Doc Marley Hofer Hasim and Bella Swansing. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality as members, Linabel Ruth Villarica and Marlesa Hofer Hasim. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development as Vice Chairperson, Richard I. Gomez. To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea as Senior Vice Chairperson, Richard Gomez. To the Special Committee on Bicol Affairs and Economic Development as Vice Chairperson, Jose Bong Teves Jr. To the Special Committee on East ASEAN Growth Area as Vice Chairperson, Sherlyn Banyas Nograles. To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity as Vice Chairperson, Marlo C. Bangcoro. And to the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities as Vice Chairperson, Catherine Goriseta. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I also move to nominate and elect to the Special Committee on Basis Conversion as Chairperson, Arturo B. Robes, Vice Marcio Domogan. To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples as Chairperson, Mauricio G. Domogan. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I also move to nominate and elect to the Committee on Foreign Affairs as Vice Chairperson, Vincent Franco Duque D. Frasco. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan.
Honorable Libanan, our Minority Leader, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Speaker, I would like to nominate the following as members for the minority of the different committees. To the Committee on Accounts, Arlene Ayon, Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Del Mar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, John Rurik Padiernos. The Committee on Agrarian Reform, Nico Raul Dasa, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, Alan Oy, Alan Yuti, Rene Luisco, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Paulo Henry Marcoleta, Iris Marie Montes, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos, Elijah San Fernando, and Aubrey K. Suberi. To the Appropriations Committee, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Alan T., Arlene Ayon, Rene Luisco, Nico Dasa, Jose Manuel Jokno, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Paulo Henry Marcolita, Iris Marie Montes, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos, and Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Resources, and to the Committee on Appropriations, still Audrey K. Zuberi. To the Committee on Aquaculture, Fisheries Resources, Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Terry L. Redon, Roberto Gerald Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Alan T., Rene Luisco, Jose Manuel Jokno, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, and Audrey K. Zuberi. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, Arlene Ayon, John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Climate Change, Nico Raul Dasa, Iris Marie Montes. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Rene Luisco, Jose Manuel Jokno, John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Cooperatives and Cooperatives Development, Christopher Shin Gonzalez. To the Committee on Disaster Resilience, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Paulo Henry Marcoleta, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr. To the Committee on Ecology, Rene Luisco, Iris Marie Montes. To the Committee on Economic Affairs, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., Audrey K. Zuberi. To the Committee on Energy, Terry Redon, Alan T., Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, and Roberto Gerald Nasal Jr., and John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Ethics and Privileges, Jose Manuel Jokno. The Committee on Flagship Programs and Projects, Dada Keram Ismula, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Terry Redon, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Paulo Henry Marcolita. To the Committee on Games and Amusement, Terry Redon, Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, Terry Redon, Rene Luisco, Iris Marie Montes, Roberto Gerald Nasal Jr. To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, Nico Raul Dasa, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Government and Organization, Jose Manuel Jokno, John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Health, Arlene Ayon, Nico Raul Dasa, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Iris Marie Montes, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos, Elijah San Fernando, and Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Rene Luisco, Nico Raul Dasa, Jose Manuel Jokno, Elijah San Fernando, and Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Terry Redon, John Rorick Padiernos, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, Dada Keram Ismola, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Arlene Ayon, Rene Luisco, Nico Raul Dasa, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., and Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Justice, Terry Redon, Alan T., Rene Luisco, Jose Manuel Jokno, John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Labor and Employment, Alan T., Rene Luisco, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, and Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, Arlene Ayon, Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Christopher Shin Gonzalez, and John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Local Government, Arlene Ayon, Raquel Margaret Delmar, Jose Manuel Jokno, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, and Audrey K. Subiri. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Iris Marimontes, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development, Iris Marimontes, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs, Dada Karam Ismola, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Muslim Affairs, Dada Karam Ismola, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on National Defense and Security, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Alan T. and Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez. To the Committee on Natural Resources, Tere Ridon, Arlene Ayon, Rene Loisco, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr. To the Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle, Alan T. Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Arlene Ayon, Dada Karam Ismola. To the Committee on People's Participation, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Population and Family Relations, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Rene Loesco, Paulo Henry Marcolita. To the Committee on Information, Paulo Henry Marcolita, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, Tere Ridon, Alan T., Arlene Ayon, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr. To the Committee on Revision of Laws, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Jose Manuel Jokno. To the Committee on Rural Development, Nico Raul Dasa, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Science and Technology, Roberto Gerard Nasal, John Rorick Padiernos. To the Committee on Senior Citizens, Arlene Ayon, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez. To the Committee on Social Services, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, Dada Karam Ismola, and Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Rene Luis Co. To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Arlene Ayon, Iris Marie Montes. To the Committee on Tourism, Arlene Ayon, Necorol Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, and Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, Tere Redon, Alan T., Roberto Gerard Nasal, Iris Marie Montes. To the Committee on Transportation, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Tere Redon, Arlene Ayon, Rene Loisco, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos, and Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare, Alan T. Jose Manuel Jokno. To the Committee on Visayas Development, Nico Raul Dasa, Raquel Margaret Delmar, and Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez. To the Committee on Ways and Means, Tere Redon, Alan T., Nico Raul Dasa, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez, Roberto Gerard Nasal Jr., John Rorick Padiernos, Elijah San Fernando. To the Committee on Welfare of Children, Rene Loisco, Jose Manuel Jokno, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Arlene Ayon, Rene Loisco, Dada Karam Ismola, Iris Marie Montes, and Audrey K. Suberi. The Committee on Youth and Sports Development, Rene Loisco, Nico Raul Dasa, Christopher Sheehan Gonzalez. To the Special Committees, Basis Conversion, Roberto Gerard Nasal. To the Bicol Affairs and Economic Development, Tere Redon. To the Committee on Creative Industries, Rene Luis Co. and Raquel Margaret Delmar. To the Committee on East Asian Growth Area, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Jose Manuel Jukno. To the Committee on Food Security, Arlene Ayon. To the Committee on Globalization and WTO, Alan T. To the Committee on Land Use, Audrey K. Suberi. To the Committee on Nuclear Energy, Jonathan Clement Abalos, Arlene Ayon, Jose Manuel Jokno. To the Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, Tere Redon, Rene Loisco. To the Committee on Persons with Disabilities, Arlene Ayon, Raquel Margaret Delmar. the Committee on Reforestation, Christopher Cian Gonzalez, Nico Raul Dasa. To the Committee on Southern Tagalog Development, Iris Marie Montes. The Committee on Strategic Intelligence, John Rorik Padiernos. To the Committee on West Philippine Sea, Alan T. Jose Manuel Jukno. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That would be
Thank
all
you,
for now. Thank you,
Minority
Mr.
Leader. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move to resume the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from Mamamayang Liberal Party List, the Honorable Representative Laila De Lima, to avail of the privilege hour.
The representative from Party List ML, the former Senator, now Representative Laila De Lima, is recognized.
Maraming
Please proceed.
salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Madam Majority Leader. First off, hingin ko po ang inyong pasensya, ang inyong indulgence kasi po may kahabaan yung aking privilege speech. So lalo na po dun sa mga nakalista din po ngayon na magde-deliver ng privilege speech. Please bear with your colleague. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, as part of the minority, at katulad din po ng ating minority leader, Honorable Congressman Marcelino Libanan, karapatan ko at tungkulin kong manindigan para sa ating institusyon. I rise today to defend the honor and constitutional mandate of this House amid the controversy over the impeachment complaint against Vice President Sara Duterte. I was not part of the House yet when the articles of impeachment were filed in February 5, 2025 by more than 1/3 of the House membership. At that time, I served as spokesperson of one of the groups, the first group that lodged an impeachment complaint earlier in December. And like many Filipinos, I follow the impeachment process with keen interest. And now, as a member of the House and part of the minority, my stake in this issue is even deeper, especially after I was considered to serve as House prosecutor in the impeachment trial along with Congressman Chel Jokno that apparently might not even take place if the Supreme Court chooses to stand by its decision in Duterte versus House of Representatives. Let it be clear, it was not this institution that violated the Constitution. On the contrary, the House adhered faithfully to its constitutional duty to initiate an impeachment following clearly laid down and prevailing jurisprudence. Sadly, our co-equal branches have failed not only the Constitution, but the Filipino people. Our message is simple. Under our watch, the House's exclusive power to initiate impeachment will not be diminished. This is a power enshrined in the very framework of our democracy, built upon the principles of checks and balances. Nilunod ng teknikalidad ang mga tunay na tanong, nasaan ang confidential funds? Sino sina Mary Jane Piatos, Fernando Tempura, Carlos Miguel Owishi, Chippy McDonald, at ilan pang mga pangalan na tila ba ginawang chichirya ang pera ng bayan? Bakit may halos 2 bilyon na umikot na pera sa joint bank accounts ni na Vice President Sara Duterte at ng kanyang ama na si Rodrigo Duterte? Sa gitna ng krisis edukasyon, bakit may akusasyon na nilalaro pa ang procurement ng Department of Education at ang kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan? Tama ba ang pagbabantang ipapatay ang ating Pangulo, ang First Lady, at ating mismong Speaker of the House? Dear colleagues, these issues cut beyond partisan lines or personal ambition. They strike at the very heart of the principle that public office is a public trust. All public officials must be accountable to the people. When the House filed the impeachment complaint, it did so out of duty. It was not a power play, as some claim, but an exercise of its mandate to seek the truth and demand answers the Vice President never gave. Hanggang ngayon, walang sagot sa mga isyong ito. Yet in return, the House has been met with insults and accusations and a narrative reducing the solemn constitutional duty to mere politics. Today, I rise to set the record straight and call out these falsehoods. Nagkamali? Hilaw na sinaing daw na minadali ang pagkaluto? With due respect, this is patently false for the soundbite that it is. This House followed every constitutional requirement guided by Supreme Court precedents in Francisco versus House and Gutierrez versus House in crafting and timing this impeachment. Una, sinunod natin ang one-year bar rule sa pag-file ng impeachment complaint. There can be no application of the one-year bar rule because what the Supreme Court identified as a trigger, the so-called termination or archival of the other 3 impeachment complaints, happened after the House had already acted on the 4th complaint by transmitting the same to the Senate in accordance with Article 11, Section 3, Subparagraph 4 of the Constitution. Ito ang pinaka-technical sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Para nitong pinilit palabasin ng 3 complaints na inihain sa first mode, actually it's supposed to be first and second modes, ay nagsilbing hadlang sa articles of impeachment na inihain ng kapulungang ito gamit ang second mode na 1/3 vote. Actually, it's supposed to be third mode. But to be consistent with the Supreme Court ruling and also the motion for reconsideration of the Sol Gen or the Office of the Solicitor General, I shall also refer to it as the second mode. Pero ang hilaw dito ay hindi ang articles of impeachment, kundi ang paliwanag ng Korte Suprema. Sabi nga ng Sol Gen sa ating motion for reconsideration, ang articles of impeachment na inihain ng House gamit ang second mode o sa katunayan third mode, ang siyang humadlang sa 3 iba pang complaint. Binaliktad ng Korte Suprema ang totoong nangyari. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully but firmly submit the one-year bar rule has been abused and twisted in this instance to frustrate accountability for the highest officials of the land. The rule should be read and interpreted strictly in favor of accountability. It cannot be weaponized to make impeachment even harder. Napakahirap na nga ng proseso, lalo pang pinahirapan. Impeachable officials already stand as a class of their own, over and above all other government officials. Sobra na yata kung bibigyan pa ng special protection sa impeachment ang mga special officials na ito. Ano ang special treatment na binigay kay VP Sara Duterte? Gumawa sila ng mga bagong rules sa kalagitnaan ng laro para pigilan ang trial. May paghingi pa ng certification ng Senado na walang violation ang House sa one-year bar rule. May dagdag pa mula sa Korte Suprema na dapat may hearing pa rin sa second mode ng impeachment. Kumbaga sa basketball, panayang tawag ng foul sa atin ng referee kahit wala namang physical contact. Kada free throw natin, palayo ng palayo ang free throw line at pahirap ng pahirap makashoot. Parang ang lakas ng kalaban sa mga referee. Sa larong ito, hindi yata bilog ang bola. Masama bang itanong pagkatapos nating lumaro ng patas kung natalo ba talaga tayo o nadaya tayo? Pangalawa, malinaw na nagkamali po ang Korte Suprema, with all due respect to them, nang sabihin na hindi pinagbotohan sa plenary ang transmittal ng impeachment complaint. A plenary session was actually conducted where members of the House voted to immediately endorse the 4th impeachment complaint and transmit it to the Senate. Mismong House Journal ang nagpatunay dito at hindi lamang isang news report na tanging pinagbatayan ng Supreme Court. Simple lang po ang tinuro sa atin sa law school, sa rules of evidence, mas matimbang official government records kaysa sa news report. Ang una ay tinuturing na authentic at primary documentary evidence. Ang pangalawa ay secondary source. So kung may conflict, yung primary document ang susundin natin. Let me stress the consequence. The highest court of the land, without even allowing the House to fully present its case through oral arguments and perhaps submission of memoranda, anchored a unanimous decision on second-hand news while brushing aside the official journal of a co-equal branch. Had the honorable justices bothered to take a look at the House Journal of February 5, 2025, which apparently it has not done, which it has done so on other occasions of transcendental importance, they would have seen that the House voted to transmit the articles of impeachment with overwhelming support, 215 votes, and that the earlier complaints were archived only as a formality after the fourth complaint has already been elevated. Yet the court's ruling, citing a mere news report, painted a false picture that the House rushed a new complaint despite pending ones, a narrative that flatly contradicts reality. Pangatlo, hindi nga manghuhula ang mga House members para malaman na noong February 5, babaguhin at dadagdagan pala ng Supreme Court pagdating ng July 25 ang ibig sabihin ng initiation na naiba sa mga dating desisyon nito sa Francisco versus HOR at Gutierrez versus HOR. Hindi natin kayang mag-time travel para sabihin sa mga congressmen noong February 5 na kailangan nilang sundin ang mga magiging bagong interpretasyon ng Supreme Court sa salitang initiation halos kalahating taon bago pa man ito maimbento at maisulat noong July 25. The principle of prospectivity applies not only to original or amendatory statutes and administrative rulings and circulars, but also to judicial decisions. When an old doctrine is overruled or, in the case of the Duterte case, substantially modified, the new doctrine should be applied prospectively and should not apply to those who relied on the old doctrine in good faith. Hindi lang po ako ang nagsabi niyan. Kung hindi ang Supreme Court sa Columbia Pictures versus Court of Appeals, nangaabuso ba tayo kung hilingin natin sa Korte Suprema na sa pagkakataong ito, nasundin rin sana nila ang sarili nilang desisyon sa doktrina ng prospectivity? Palagay ko hindi po naman. Pang-apat, at ang pinakamahalaga sa lahat, katulad po ng sinabi ng ating minority leader kahapon, nagkaroon ng judicial amendment of the Constitution. Ang pag-amyenda sa Constitution ay huling ginawa ng Korte Suprema sa kaso ng Republic versus Sereno. Sa kasong ito, inalis sa pwesto bilang Chief Justice si Maria Lourdes Sereno sa pamamagitan ng quo warranto, taliwas sa utos ng konstitusyon na ang mga miyembro ng Korte Suprema ay pwede lamang tanggalin sa pamamagitan ng impeachment. Duterte versus HOR is the second amendment of the Constitution by the Supreme Court since the Sereno case. Article 11, Section 3, Paragraph 4 of the Constitution does not contain additional requirements regarding the drafting of the complaint, the manner of its circulation, or the conduct of any hearing or presentation of evidence before filing. These details, I respectfully submit, are outside of constitutional parameters and are best left to the rules on impeachment promulgated by the House. If the Supreme Court's decision remains undisturbed, there will now be two new subsections under Article 11, Section 3, subparagraph 4 of the 1987 Constitution, as amended by the Supreme Court in Duterte. Aside from the requirement that it must be filed by 1/3 of the members of the House before transmittal to the Senate, the articles of impeachment must now be furnished first to the official being impeached in its draft form to give her the opportunity to respond. Thereafter, the articles of impeachment still in its draft form and the impeachable official's response should be furnished to all the members of the House for deliberation before voting on the same. These are now seemingly the new subsections of Article 11, Section 3, subparagraph 4 of the 1987 Constitution, as amended by the court in Duterte, if not reversed. Unlike amendments properly made under Article 17 of the Constitution on amendments and revisions, these amendments made by the Supreme Court are not subject to a plebiscite. These two new subsections are also problematic, not only because they are unconstitutional amendments to Article 11, Section 3, subparagraph 4, but they are also problematic in substance. A draft articles of impeachment without any signature of any House member or congressional official cannot be treated as an official document. It might not be any better than a mere scrap of paper. Now, why would an impeachable official respond to an unsigned draft? And by what power is she or he compelled to do so when, for all intents and purposes, it is entirely possible that not a single congressman or congresswoman will even sign it? What is the legal status of the draft articles of impeachment at that point, before it is even signed by a single House member? Is it an official scrap of paper? Will the Supreme Court now add another amendment requiring the House Secretary General or the Speaker of the House to attest to and verify the unsigned draft articles as an official document of the House? If the Speaker attests to it, does that lone signature amount to endorsement? Can any single House member sign and therefore make it official enough to trigger the impeachable official's obligation to respond? Have we not just come full circle to the first mode of impeachment, effectively repealing the second mode or the third mode in its entirety from the 1987 Constitution? And if the draft is later changed in plenary after the official filed a response, must he or she respond again and again for every new version? If not given the chance to respond to a modified second, third, or fourth draft, whatever, would that not be another so-called violation of the right to due process? Mr. Speaker, the questions are endless. This is the danger with judicial amendments to the 1987 Constitution. At hindi po tayo nag-iisa sa mga obserbasyong ito. Former COMELEC Chair Christian Monsod, one of the framers of the 1987 Constitution, noted that the court, quote, imposed retroactively new requirements that were never part of past impeachment precedents, end of quote, such as a plenary hearing before referral to committee and giving the respondent a chance to be heard at the House even before we transmit the case to the Senate. As he put it, if there's a violation of due process, it is when one is required to comply with a rule that did not exist at the time of the act. Retired Chief Justice Renato Puno, speaking for the Philippine Constitutional Association, or PhilConsa, voiced grave concern over this judicial intrusion. PhilConsa warned that requiring the House to certify compliance with the one-year ban, a requirement found nowhere in the Constitution, encroaches on the House's sole prerogative under Article 11, Section 3. Quote, to create such a requirement, according to CJ Puno, to create such a requirement ex post facto undermines both the separation of powers and the rule of law, end of quote. Once the Senate has received the articles of impeachment in February 5, it has validly acquired jurisdiction, and that jurisdiction cannot be lost or suspended by mere procedural acts, such as the lack of a House certification. Retired Senior Associate Justice Antonio Carpio also noted that the court relied on a media report instead of official records of the House. Indeed, ABS-CBN News itself has clarified that a news item the Supreme Court cited were misinterpreted, and did not reflect the official House Journal of Proceedings. Retired Justice and 1986 Constitutional Commission member Adolf Ascuna said it best, quote, the Constitution does not say there has to be a hearing. The Supreme Court now says there has to be a hearing. That is rewriting the Constitution, not just the rules. The Supreme Court is saying the Constitution is unconstitutional. End of quote. Hindi po palpak ang Kamara at lalong hindi ito sunod-sunuran sa ambisyon ng iilan. We will not allow our duty to hold a high official accountable for grave violations of law and public trust to be twisted by cheap analogies about undercooked rice. Kung merong hilaw dito, ito ang mga paliwanag ni VP Inday Sara sa mga isyong kinakaharap niya. Bakit ba takot na takot siyang harapin ang impeachment trial kung malinis ang kanyang konsensya? Perhaps more than anyone, I know that the innocent can look their accusers in the eye and say that the evidence is false, if not a total sham. Let me be equally clear. The House of Representatives, a co-equal branch of government, was fulfilling its duty in exercising its constituent powers that even the Supreme Court cannot just take away. Hindi pwedeng basta ipawalang bisa ng Korte Suprema ang kapangyarihang ipinagkaloob ng saligang batas sa Kamara, lalo na kung maling batayan ng ginamit nito. The separation of powers is like a finely tuned scale, each branch bearing its own weight, so that the republic stands upright. When one branch acts in a way that shifts that weight, it must move with the precision of a surgeon, not the force of a sledgehammer. To do otherwise is to risk toppling the balance entirely, leaving our people with a government where one power overshadows the rest, and the promise of checks and balances becomes nothing more than a faded inscription in a dusty law book. Long-established principles on judicial restraint and separation of powers have been cast aside. In Duterte, the Supreme Court painted in broad strokes, ignoring the boundaries of competence and authority it once acknowledged in Imbong versus Ochoa, GR number 204819, April 8, 2014. I quote, medyo mahaba-haba po itong quotation, but I find it very important. In many cases involving the determination of the constitutionality of the actions of the executive and the legislature, it is often sought that the court temper its exercise of judicial power and accord due respect to the wisdom of its co-equal branch on the basis of the principle of separation of powers. To be clear, the separation of powers is a fundamental principle in our system of government, which obtains not through express provision, but by actual division in our Constitution. Each department of the government has the exclusive cognizance of matters within its jurisdiction and is supreme within its own sphere. In its relationship with its co-equals, the judiciary recognizes the doctrine of separation of powers, which imposes upon the courts proper restraint, born of the nature of their functions and of their respect for the other branches of government, in striking down the acts of the executive or the legislature as unconstitutional. Verily, the policy is a harmonious blend of courtesy and caution. It has long been observed, however, that in times of social disquietude or political instability, the great landmarks of the Constitution are apt to be forgotten or marred, if not entirely obliterated. In order to address this, the Constitution impresses upon the court to respect the acts performed by a co-equal branch done within its sphere of competence and authority, but at the same time allows it to cross the line of separation, but only at a very limited and specific point to determine whether the acts of the executive and the legislative branches are null because they were undertaken with grave abuse of discretion. End of quote. A harmonious blend of courtesy and caution. Hanggang ngayon, pilit ko pang hinahanap ang sinasabing courtesy and caution na dapat nagpaalala sa ating Korte Suprema sa pagsulat ng desisyon nila sa Duterte versus HOR. We respect the judiciary. As a lawyer, I respect the judiciary. But respect must be mutual. The court must also honor the legislature's exclusive domain over impeachment unless there is clear, grave abuse of discretion or blatant violation of the Constitution, which this House most certainly did not commit. Upholding the Constitution sometimes mean checking a co-equal's overreach. In this case, it is our duty to call out the Supreme Court's encroachment on Congress's power done under the guise of procedure. Sa botohan sa Senado noong nakaraang Miyerkules, halos nag-chorus ang mga anti-impeachment na senador sa pagsasabing kailangang igalang desisyon ng Supreme Court. Pero mula pa noong Pebrero, sino ba talaga ang hindi gumalang sa mga institusyon ng gobyerno? Sino bang sinabihan ng Senate President na mali yung timing ng pag-transmit ng articles of impeachment dahil tapos na ang session at mangangampanya na ang mga senador? Sino bang inutusan ng Senado na mag-certify na hindi lumabag sa one-year bar rule ang House at niremand dito ang articles of impeachment? Sino ba ang tinanong ng Korte Suprema kung nabasa at naintindihan ba ng mga House members ang articles of impeachment na kanilang pinirmahan? Sino? Matapos ang napakahabang proseso sa Senado at sa Korte Suprema, ang hindi man lamang binigyan ng pagkakataon na mag-oral arguments bilang isang co-equal branch bago isulat ang desisyon. Kung respeto lang po ang pinag-uusapan, nilunok na ng mga miyembro ng kapulungang ito ang lahat ng kanilang pride para lamang irespeto ang Senado at Korte Suprema sa kabila ng lahat ng pag-iinsulto na ginawa sa kanila. Records clearly show that the impeachment was duly initiated in February 5, 2025, in full accordance with Article 11, Section 3, subparagraph 4, and yet the Senate failed to do its duty to proceed with impeachment forthwith. The Senate could have convened as an impeachment court as early as February or March, but it did not. Some of us in the House grew concerned at this 5-month delay, as justice delayed is justice denied. Still, the House prepared for trial, designating our House prosecution team and readying our evidence. Nevertheless, on June 10, in a twist, the Senate adopted a resolution to remand the articles of impeachment back to the House, asking the House to certify that the one-year bar rule had been observed effectively. The Senate was suspending the trial pending this certification. Alas, on July 25, without any oral arguments, the Supreme Court issued its decision nullifying the House's articles of impeachment and barred the Senate from proceeding, supposedly on the ground the impeachment was initiated more than once in a year and that the Vice President's due process rights were supposedly violated at the House level. Worse, even if the House of Representatives, through the Office of the Solicitor General, filed a motion for reconsideration, the Senate, in plenary session, voted 19-5 to archive the impeachment complaint against VP Duterte. This move was exceptionally swift, contrary to their extremely tardy action, their stalling when it came to their convening as an impeachment court. Aside from the House's motion for reconsideration, 4 other MRs were filed by movements interveners. The first group of complainants with the endorser, Akbayan Representative Percy Sendanya, Isang Bayan and the Makabayan Bloc, and just yesterday, another group of interveners, the third group of impeachment complainants, also made a plea to the court to reverse its July 25 decision. These MRs are not frivolous or sham. They raise strong and compelling arguments necessitating a serious review of the July 25 decision. At sana po, sa pagkakataong ito, magpatawag ang Korte Suprema ng oral arguments. The pending motions for reconsideration embody the Filipino people's concern for the integrity of the impeachment process and their call for the accountability of the Vice President. To ignore these legitimate pleas by archiving the articles of impeachment even before they're fully heard by the Supreme Court is being insensitive not only to the demands of the lawmakers, constituents, and sectors they represent, but to public opinion as well. The Senate has not even started the trial, but it moved with lightning speed to bury the complaint once the Supreme Court gave them an opening. The Senate dragged its feet on the actual impeachment trial, but moved immediately when it came to archiving the complaint. Parang mali po yata ang intindi nila sa forthwith proceed. Forthwith apparently was observed in the breach. Ang bilis nilang kumilos pagdating sa pagsasara ng kaso, pero napakabagal nang sila hinihilingang dinggin ang kaso. If this is not a case of double standard, I don't know what it is. The irony is that following the decision of the Supreme Court in Duterte, archiving the articles of impeachment is tantamount to a dismissal. Hindi po ba yun ang sinasabi, yung first 3 complaints daw, when archived, were deemed or effectively terminated or dismissed? Some senators have said their preemptive vote was simply respect for the Supreme Court. But let us be honest. It is the House of Representatives whose constitutional prerogative has been disrespected. The Constitution commands the Senate to proceed with impeachment forthwith, yet it took them nearly half a year to even consider convening as an impeachment court. But when the opportunity came to archive the complaint, suddenly, forthwith, was crystal clear to them. That burst of urgency after months of delay is telling. It is not unreasonable to suspect that this timing was no coincidence, that the Senate's slow walk at the start bought time for the Vice President, for her lawyers, to reach the Supreme Court, and for the court to run the full length of its decision-making ritual. This was not respect for another branch. It was a choreography of convenience, and the House was the one made to bow. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and dear colleagues. Maliwanag na maliwanag po na sinunod ng Kamara ang proseso at ang saligang batas, at hindi po ang House ang lumabag nito. If anything, it is the Senate whose unorthodox actions need defending before the bar of public opinion and when posterity will take a look at this chapter of our history. I have great respect for the Senate as an institution, having had the privilege of serving one of its former members. And I know there are senators, those who voted against archiving, for instance, who also see this outcome as a disservice to our people. But when the Senate chooses to abdicate a constitutional duty, we must speak up. We do not rise against the Senate. We rise for the Republic and the Filipino people. Tulad nga ng sinabi ng isang kasamahan natin, quote, just because the Senate dropped the case doesn't mean the issue disappears. The public is still waiting for answers. Deflection is not accountability, end of quote. The Senate President said that the Senate is not anyone's playground. And that is precisely why we expected it to rise above politics and uphold its duty to conduct a fair trial and not to preemptively dismiss by archiving the case. If this was truly about deference to the Supreme Court, the Senate could have simply suspended proceedings temporarily until the motions for reconsideration are resolved to give the Supreme Court and the House the due courtesy they deserve as co-equal branches. Instead, they rushed to archive or terminate the case. Malinaw ang mga pangyayari. Taliwas sa paniniwala ng Senate President na minadali natin ang proseso, ang Senado ang nagpabagal nito. What we witness from the Senate is not the moving of heaven and earth to exact accountability and attain justice, but the moving of heaven and earth to render extraordinary protection to the Vice President. Sadya bang napaka-espesyal ni VP Sara para ipagliban ng Senado ang impeachment trial ng halos kalahating taon? Sadya bang napaka-special ni VP Sara para maglatag ng mga bagong patakaran ang Korte Suprema na naging balakid sa pananagutan sa puntong ito? Mr. Speaker, sa ginawa ng Senado at ng Korte Suprema, malinaw na maipamalas sa ating ng pananatili ng kapangyarihan ng mga Duterte. Panganib itong hindi dapat maliitin. Hindi naman kasi imbento ang mga akusasyon natin, ang mga akusasyon natin laban kay VP Sara. Buong bayan ang nanood sa kanyang bantang ipapatay raw niya ang Pangulo, ang unang ginang at ang Speaker. Meron na raw siyang kinausap na assassin. Siya pa mismo ang nagdiin, hindi ito biro. No joke. No joke. Mr. Speaker, it is really not a joke. Under ordinary circumstances, when a death threat is broadcast live on the internet to the highest and fourth highest officials of the land, it is doubtful that the offender would remain free the next day. So what makes this instance fall outside of ordinary circumstances? First, the offender is an impeachable official. Second, she is a Duterte. Because of these extraordinary circumstances, VP Sara not only evades charges at this point, she even has no less than institutions shielding her as if her death threat broadcast live on the internet were nothing more than a joke. Si VP Sara na nga po ang nagsabi na hindi ito joke 2 beses pa. Ganito po kalakas si VP Sara sa sistema ng ating hustisya. Tila baga wala siya sa ilalim nito. Nandoon siya sa itaas, untouchable, malayo sa pananagutan ng Kongreso, bilang isang impeachable official na sa disensyon ng ating konstitusyon ay ang tanging sangay na may kapangyarihang panagutin siya sa puntong ito. Sana, until the Supreme Court came out with Duterte versus HOR. Kaya wag na po tayong magtaka kung ganito na lang ang kawalang respeto sa otoridad ang mga Duterte. I think that it is also the first time in Philippine history that someone challenged our top law enforcer, the PNP chief, to a fist fight. Of course, it had to be a Duterte. Yun nga lang umurong at nagpalusot. But like his sister, Baste Duterte is still free and unaccountable for what can be considered, to a certain extent, an assault on an officer of the law, or at least for committing the offense of challenging to a duel. Ito na ba ang sadyang kalakaran sa Pilipinas na basta Duterte, untouchable? Dapat lang tayo mangamba kung may isang buong pamilya sa Pilipinas na hindi tinatablan ng ating mga batas. Buti na lang po, yung tatay hindi dito haharap sa hustisya. Ang Pangulong Marcos Jr. na mismo ang nagsabi, walang kinalaman na mga akusasyon kay VP Sara sa naging desisyon ng Korte Suprema. Puro tungkol sa proseso lang naman daw ang laman ng desisyon. Ayaw pa rin daw niyang makialam sa proseso dahil bilang isang impeachable official himself, maaaring self-serving ang kanyang opinyon sa proseso ng impeachment. With all due respect, the Supreme Court should take the cue from the President and reflect on the value of the President's statement that an impeachable official should be careful in his opinions about the impeachment process because they might be self-serving. Hindi nga ba may naisingit na rider sa Duterte decision na hindi pwedeng ma-impeach ang mga miyembro ng Constitutional Commissions at ng Supreme Court kapag collegial act o desisyon ang dahilan, even if treated merely as an obiter dictum in the Duterte decision? This statement on what is an invalid cause for impeachment, when this is not even the lis mota of that case, is a highly irregular, self-serving rider doctrine. It is completely unrelated to the case being disposed of by the court, who should have taken a page from the President's book on self-restraint. Having said that, we also wish that the President had refrained from thumbing down the impeachment or sending mixed signals. So meron din pong kamalian ang Pangulo doon sa kanyang mga naunang mga statements noon na tila ba dinidiscourage ang House na ipatuloy yung impeachment. At least, he should have called for an all-out support on the need for accountability, even from impeachable officials. Of course, VP Sara can still be made accountable in a future impeachment complaint. But that is not the point I'm making here, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues. The point is, the impeachment process has now been made more difficult by the court's decision in Duterte, if not nearly impossible. That is why Duterte versus HOR, if not reconsidered, is unacceptable. The checkpoints and roadblocks it has erected are simply insurmountable for House members to even dare endorsing one in the near future. Accountability has never been made more difficult to achieve in this country than now. And this is the reason why I am also against, basically, the prospective application of the decision in Duterte case. There is no alternative to overturning the rules and doctrines laid down in this decision. Duterte versus HOR and the lip service it paid to due process at the expense of accountability simply has no place in a democratic republic where the people should be able to hold to account every single public official, even the special class of impeachable ones. Indeed, this fight is not over. Hindi pa tapos ang laban ng katotohanan. Patapos na rin po ako. Our fight is far from over. The House of Representatives will not waver in its duty to fight for the Filipino people. Ginampanan natin ang mandato ng konstitusyon and we will continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, today we may be a mix of majority and minority, administration and opposition, but on this issue, let us be one house, united for the Constitution, regardless of our political affiliations or our stance on the Vice President. We must reject any attempt to diminish the House's exclusive power under our fundamental law. If we let this pass, we would be abdicating a sacred duty and weakening the very foundations of checks and balances. History is watching. The people are watching. Let this echo through the halls of Congress and into the hearts of our people. No one is above the Constitution, not the Vice President, not the President, not the legislature, not even the judiciary. The Constitution is the people's sovereign will, and today, in its defense, the House of Representatives ought to stand unbowed, unafraid, and united. Tuloy po ang laban para sa Konstitusyon, para sa rule of law, at para sa katotohanan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. Listening.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Laila de Lima to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Any objection? Hearing none, the privileged speech of the Honorable Laila de Lima, entitled Supreme Court Ruling and Senate Decision in the Impeachment Case of Vice President Sara Duterte, is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour for another hour to allow the other members who registered from the Committee on Rules to avail of the privilege hour.
Any objection? Hearing none, the privilege hour is extended for another hour. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from 1st District, Masbate, the Honorable Representative Antonio Co, to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Antonio Co of the 1st District of Masbate is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my dear colleague, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I rise today in the matter of a personal, collective privilege, a matter that affects the integrity of our infrastructure development and urgently needs for so that we can have a solution to this problem. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed during this incident involving the collapse of several bridges in our countryside. Bridges from Magapi of Balite, Batangas, other bridges also from Batangas to from Bohol, the Borja as well as Clarete Bridge from Bohol, and one also from Pangasinan, and most recently, Mr. Speaker, is the Kabagan Santa Maria Bridge in Isabela. This is the most controversial bridge so far of entire country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. A bridge amounting to 1.2 billion after it was turned over to the end users for 26 days, it collapsed. So, in my own mathematical computations, I found out that this is the most expensive bridge, not only in the entire country, but in the world. 1.2 billion divided by 26 days, more or less. We have 47 million. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, during my analysis and study, I found out that this is the ultimate solution of the problem: to establish a Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Authority to solve this problem once and for all. Because I know for the fact that the structural defect is not only a defect, but defect of our provisionary and a defect of accountability. Now, up to this date, no one held accountable. Madam Speaker, this is coupled by a board of directors, will be the policy-making body, and an administrator will be the chief operating officers, and to implement whatever the policy of the board. Madam Speaker, the qualifications of the administrator should be an structural engineer by professions, 10 years experience in planning and design, and also constructions of bridges, Madam Speaker. So, a 6 years fixed term with no reappointment, and it should be under the office of the President, Madam Speaker. So to strengthen this bill, this should be supported by technical divisions like bridges engineer from planning and design divisions, bridge safety with forensic investigation division, digital monitoring and analytic system divisions. We have also an internal audit with risk management unit and other technical division, Madam Speaker. So, all of these things will be useless, and this will be futile and inutile one without funding warrant, Madam Speaker. So, I would like to appeal to my colleague to appropriate funds intended for this purpose, Madam Speaker. So, and funding from other sources, like 1% should be allocated from the total allocation of public roads and highways for infrastructure. And the most important, Madam Speaker, is that the 10% bridge toll revenues from national bridge toll. Madam Speaker, these important and urgent needs to passage this bill, for the passage of this bill. We cannot wait or allow another bridge to collapse before we act. We should act now, Madam Speaker, while tomorrow may be too late. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Minority Leader, Representative Libanan, for his interpellation.
The Minority Leader, the Honorable Libanan, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask the distinguished gentleman from Masbate, the province known as the Rodeo capital of the Philippines, if he is ready to yield to some interpellation, Madam Speaker.
Very much willing, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, napaka-timely po itong inuwang privilege speech ng ating sponsor. Dahil ang daming nangyaring nagbabagsakan na ng mga tulay sa Pilipinas. At marami po dito ay napakalumang mga tulay na. Yung iba mga war reparations pa yan na bakal ng government of Japan. Kahit po yung bakal na ginamit sa San Juanico Bridge ay reparation pa rin yan sa gira. Madam Speaker, pangalawa po ay napakahalaga dahil alam niyo yung ugali ng mga Asians. Maraming beses na ang sinasabi ang isang tulay o ang isang sasakyan, kahit yung sasakyan, sinasabi ang load limit 15 tons. Pero sa totoo, kinakargahan ng lampas ng 15 tons, 20 tons, umaabot pa ng 30 tons. Kahit po yung mga truck na ginagawa na, di ako nag-advertise sa mga Hapon, pero pag sinabi ng Isuzu, Hino, 15 tons ang load limit, kahit kinargahan yung sasakyan ng 20 or 25 tons, hindi pa bumabagsak yung sasakyan. Kasi prepare yun para sa Asian na nagbiyabiyahe. Kaya, Madam Speaker, napakahalaga po nito bago magbagsakan ang ating iba pang mga tulay. And therefore, I would like to ask the distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker, that in proposing for the creation of the Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Authority, is this measure born out of a genuine necessity or merely a reaction to current controversies that have gained public attention?
Madam Speaker, as I've said, this is an urgent need to address our tragic incident to collaborate for several bridges in the entire country, as I've mentioned. 2 from Batangas, 1 from Pangasinan, 2 from Bohol, and another one in Isabela, which is the most controversial bridge so far that I've mentioned. Madam Speaker, we should act now a passage of this bill, or else, if we continue to this tragedy that we will encounter, Madam Chair, this will be known to the entire world that we have a country of falling bridges, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Second question is that, does this proposed bill creating the Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Authority not duplicate the existing powers and functions of DPWH, particularly in relation to bridge construction, inspection, and maintenance, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, this is independent from public works and highways because we have our own regulatory functions as far as we have a quasi-judicial power. Mr. Speaker, there's no duplications as far as their functions and duties because we have our own structural and a technical division who are in charge in constructions, planning, design, inspections, and up to maintenance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for that clarification, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I further ask the distinguished sponsor, does the PBSRA, as proposed in this bill, have the authority to impose sanctions on parties found liable for bridge-related violations, including design, contractor, and even DPW's personnel who may have been negligent in their duties.
Mr. Speaker, this Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Board can impose sanction and penalties, Mr. Speaker, to those who violated by the contractor as well as the designer, and in the process of implementations, if there will be a defect and damage, the contractor should repair at their own risk. And not only for that, Mr. Speaker, under revised penalty, revised code, Mr. Speaker, that is what we call Article 171 and 172, Mr. Speaker, for government employees and officials. The penalty, Mr. Speaker, is an outright dismissal from service and terminations of cancellations of eligibility and forfeitures of all benefits, Madam Speaker, and perpetual disqualifications of holding public office. But if found out that they have falsified the document, Madam Speaker, a penalty of 6 years and 1 day and maximum of 12 years imprisonment and a fine depend upon the gravity of the offense, Madam Speaker, and perpetual disqualifications of holding public office.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I further ask, how crucial is the creation of the Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Authority to the ongoing and upcoming construction, rehabilitation, and repair of bridges nationwide? What specific gaps does this agency intend to fill that current government agencies cannot, Madam Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, if this bill will be approved into law, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and this is very important and crucial, as you have said, considering that if this bill will be approved, we are now mandated solely to oversee structural integrity, that there will be no construction of bridges in our country without proper planning, safety design, follow the construction methodology procedures, and not limited to regular inspections and adequate maintenance. That's all, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is indeed a laudable bill, and I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, if there's already been consultation with the Department of Public Works and Highways regarding this direction that we'll be going into, Mr. Speaker.
After this bill will be submitted to appropriate committees, Mr. Speaker, there's now a need for a consultations of Public Works and Highways, because not only limited to Public Works and Highways, but also the Department of Transportation and Communication, because this involves maximum loading capacity. For the Public Works and Highways, Mr. Speaker, is that there must be a transition period of this. Transitions in the sense that there will be inventory of all bridges in our country as far as the situations and conditions. If there's a need for retrofitting and there's a need for constructions of bridges, because it already exceeds the 50 years lifespan of the bridges, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Sir Speaker. Speaker, talagang napakakailangan nito. the sponsor just stated about retrofitting. You know, there are rehabilitations of bridges on retrofitting. Sila na lang ang nakakaalam kung paano. Hindi in-explain sa atin kung anong upgrade ang ginagawa sa ating mga tulay. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask, where will we get funding for this agency that the honorable gentleman sought to create?
Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. This is a question of funding warrant. That's why I would like to appeal to my colleague to appropriate funds intended to this purpose and other funding sources, Mr. Speaker, that 1% from a total public works allocations for infrastructure should be allocated by these creations. And 10% from the bridge toll revenues under the existing laws, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, how will this Philippine Bridge Safety and Regulatory Authority coordinate with our respective local government units in the area? Will this cover or include LGU bridges, or would this only be regarding DPWH constructed bridges?
As
And
far
how
as-
about those which were constructed by, for example, Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Agriculture? How will you coordinate?
As far as creation of this bridge authority, Mr. Speaker, the coordinations of LGUs at most is very important in monitoring, especially if there will be a disaster. Second, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need and independency of this bill so that there will be a proper coordinations to Department of Transportation and Communications, coordinations from the Public Works and Highways and other agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, napakaganda po ng privilege speech ng ating gentleman from the 1st District of Masbate. Kaya naman po, ako po ay nakumbinsi na napakahalaga ng bill na ito. And if this bill is filed, I would be willing to be a co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Minority Leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good day.
Thank you, Minority Leader Libanan and Congressman Po of Masbate. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, having no member of the House to interpolate, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Ko to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of stated Congressman Ko of Masbate, as well as the interpellations and the manifestations, referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the guests of Rep. Robert Nazal of BH, Bagong Henerasyon Party List. These are the National Council for Solo Parents President Red Guzman, Lloyd Nicdao, Mary Ann Hermo, Rebecca Tolentino, Rowena Montoya, Mary Grace Tejano, Rosa Bote, Merlo Daisy Mesa, Clarissa Carmela Capule, Clarissa Baltasar, Janet Flores, Pauline Raban.
Thank you, Majority Leader. To the guests of BH Party List and Assistant Minority Leader, Congressman Robert Nazal, to the National Council for Solo Parents, led by President Red Guzman. On behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, good afternoon and welcome to the House of Representatives. Maayong hapon. Magandang hapon. Thank you. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Lady from the 3rd District of Bukidnon, the Honorable Audrey K. Subiri, to avail of the privilege R.
Mayong hapon ang kinatawan sa Bukidnon sa 13 Distrito, Congresswoman Audrey K. T. Zubiri, Bukidnon. You're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Speaker. Ug maayong hapon sa inyo, ug maayong hapon sa tanan. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and to my fellow Filipinos, good afternoon. I rise today on a matter of both personal and collective privilege. I speak for the countless ordinary citizens whose lives are quietly being torn apart by online lending, a predatory system disguised as convenience. We live in a digital world where innovation promises progress. Yet, for millions of Filipinos, the very platforms created to offer financial relief have become instruments of torment. Lending is nothing new to us. We have long relied on it, from the classic 5-6 system to pawning of valuables, borrowing from friends, family, and banks. Credit for many has been a lifeline, a way to survive. But with the advent of digital technology and social media, poverty, indebtedness, and financial distress have worsened. The widespread adoption of online lending platforms has indeed brought swift access to credit, especially for those underserved by traditional banking institutions. Online lending companies offer convenience, minimal requirements, quick approval, and a removal of collateral requirements compared to traditional banking institutions. According to a 2025 study, the number of new and unique users of online lending platforms surged by a staggering 43%, reaching 67.84 million Filipinos. Truly, online lending platforms have significantly changed the financial landscape in our country. But this facade of convenience and increase in financial inclusion comes at a higher cost. Many Filipinos, driven by desperation, vices, or urgent need for money, accept exorbitant interest rates offered by these online lending companies, trapping them in a relentless cycle of debt. Interest rates in online lending applications can go as high as 1% a day, even with the existing laws and regulations for loan interest rates. Meanwhile, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas indicated that approximately 1 in 3 Filipino households has outstanding debt. Aside from housing loans, most of these debts are sourced through non-bank financing institutions, including online lenders. A fintech report now warns that credit card debt in the Philippines has reached a critical risk level, giving us the worst debt-to-income ratio in Asia at 425%. To make things worse, borrowers are subjected to highly aggressive and utterly dehumanizing collection tactics. These abusive practices include relentless threatening calls and messages, public shaming on social media, unauthorized access to personal contacts, and even the audacious impersonation of law enforcement officers. Such actions not only violate the dignity of our citizens, but also brazenly contravene several Philippine laws. Our nation is not without legal framework to combat these abuses. Key statutes such as the Republic Act No. 11765 or the Financial Products and Services Consumer Protection Act expressly prohibits financial service providers from employing abusive collection practices against consumers. RA No. 3765, the Truth in Lending Act, mandates the full disclosure of essential loan terms and conditions, while RA 9474, or the Lending Company Regulation Act of 2007, allows lending companies to only charge reasonable interest rates and charges upon the debtor. RA 10173, or the Data Privacy Act, stands as a shield to protect personal data from unauthorized processing and disclosure by lending companies. Moreover, the Securities and Exchange Commission issued Memorandum Circular Number 18, Series of 2019, unequivocally banning abusive debt collection methods like threats, harassment, and public shaming, especially in the online lending context. Even the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas has issued several circulars emphasizing fair collection practices for banks and financial institutions. In fact, the Supreme Court itself, in a 2024 decision, struck down interest rates as high as 60% per annum or 5% per month, reminding us that contractual autonomy is not absolute but must be balanced with laws, morals, good customs, public order, and public policy. Unfortunately, despite the existing laws and government regulations, the persistence and escalation of these issues cry out for streamlined, more coordinated measures. The surge in online lending post-pandemic has been tragically accompanied by a significant rise in complaints about abusive collection practices. The Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, PAOC, recently revealed that the Philippine National Police have recorded 156,000 complaints of online crimes per month, with most of these cases involving victims of harassment from online lending applications. The PAOC further disclosed that currently it is handling over 15,000 complaints against abusive online lending applications. The SEC itself has reported receiving over 10,000 complaints of unfair collection practices, and a sobering 2024 study found that while most online lending applications had positive user ratings, the critical themes of high interest rates, hidden charges, and aggressive collection practices were significantly more prevalent among unregistered online lending applications. This sweet temptation of having easy money leads to a cruel reality for ordinary Filipinos, and one which may cost lives. In July 2025, a man from Valenzuela City tragically took his own life, partly due to prolonged harassment and psychological abuse from online lending collectors. And sad to say, his is not the only story of suicide that we have heard in connection with online loaning apps. In another heartbreaking case, a 26-year-old civil servant suffered severe depression after being publicly shamed about her debts. Furthermore, this issue has escalated beyond financial crime and is now a matter of national security. The recent raids conducted by the National Bureau of Investigation and the PAOC have uncovered large-scale operations run by foreign nationals. And these are not isolated incidents. Authorities have expressed concerns that these are organized transnational criminal syndicates, some possibly former POGO operators who have shifted to this new form of exploitation. They are illegally harvesting the sensitive personal data of millions of Filipinos, our contact lists, our private photos, our identification details. When foreign elements can operate with impunity on our soil, exploiting our people and our laws, it is a direct challenge to our national sovereignty. Indebtedness in online lending companies is further intensified by the proliferation of online gambling activities in the country. While they may appear separate, desperation, addiction, and pressure from online gambling fuels the urge for more Filipinos to resort to easy money, online lending applications. This is further aggravated by the aggressive promotion of online lending companies of easy loans and quick cash through targeted ads in different online platforms, online gambling games, and even in text messages, promising instant relief to the financially vulnerable. The story is tragically simple and all too common. An individual drawn into the world of online gambling quickly loses their savings. Desperate to recoup their losses or simply to continue playing, they turn to online lending applications for a quick infusion of cash. The high interest loans are almost impossible to repay, and when the borrower inevitably defaults, the harassment begins. We have heard horrific stories of public shaming, threats, intimidation, leading to severe mental health issues, and as I mentioned earlier, in some tragic cases, even suicide. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about individual debt crisis. We are confronting a public financial threat, a pervasive digital privacy violation, and a systemic violation of the poor. Maawa po tayo sa ating mga kababayan. Lulong na nga sa sugal, lubog pa sa utang. This is a battle cry for the very soul of our nation, a fight to protect the most vulnerable among us from those who profit from their desperation. Because if the vulnerable cannot protect themselves, then the government must step in. And if we cannot protect our people from abuse and exploitation, then we have no business calling ourselves public servants. Maraming Pilipino po ang palihim na nagdurusa. Most are ashamed to share their torment with their families. Others are pushed to the edge by the relentless harassment and highly aggressive collection tactics employed by these online lending companies. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I implore this august chamber to remember our sacred oath to protect our people, not only from economic hardship, but from the insidious exploitation that disguises itself as assistance. We must ensure that our laws are not just words on paper, but vigorously enforced. It is imperative for us to stop this cycle of abuse, stop online lending abusive practices, ban online gambling, and protect our people from exploitation before we lose more lives to a system that shamelessly profits from their suffering. The time for decisive action is now. Let us rise to this challenge and deliver justice to Filipinos. Daghang salamat, ug sa makausa, maayong hapon sa tanan.
Daghang kayong salamat o maayong hapon sa ikatulong distrito na Congresswoman, Kongresista Audrey K. T. Zubiri.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
Congressman Abante.
may I be
What's your
allowed
pleasure?
to just ask some voter questions to our gentle lady here?
Congresswoman Zubiri.
To me, Mr. Speaker, this is a revelation actually.
You wish to interpolate, sir?
Yes, please. I welcome the questions from our good gentleman.
Salamat.
Please proceed.
Do we have specifically a law that concerns the online lending? We don't have any?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you so well.
Do we have a law specifically
yes.
on the online gambling, online lending?
Online lending, not yet, sir, because right now our laws are still have not quite caught up with our technology. For example, our laws that are concerning gambling, concerning the lending, are still our Lending Regulation, Company Regulation Act of 2007, and between 2007 and 2025, the rise in technological advancements has just outdated it, and so that is what we have. We have other laws as well, such as the Republic Act of number 11765, Financial Products and Services, and 3765, Truth in Lending Act. But again, as I mentioned, many of these laws were created more than 10 to 20 years ago, and so they are no longer able to address the concerns of online lending.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of vintage laws that ought to be changed actually. But are you now preparing some bills concerning that?
Yes, yes, Congressman. Actually, right now, tomorrow we have scheduled briefings with some sectors that are part of the online lending, the people who are concerned, and we hope to get enough information from them so that we can craft a credible law that will be able to address the gaps in our current online lending act. And hopefully by next week, we will be able to file our new bill on regulation of online lending.
Very good. I would like to be a part of that as co-author you.
Thank you very much, sir. It would be my pleasure and honor to have you join us.
Mr. Speaker, also, would like to ask the Madam Gentle Lady here. Do you think that there is a connection between the online gambling and the online lending?
I personally, Congressman, I fervently believe that there is. If we look at right now, we do not have much data supporting, like we don't have much data, but if we look at what data we have, we will see that the online gambling revenues and the increase beginning from the years of 2023 to 2025 is quite in line with the surge in the new and unique users of online lending apps. You will see na parang nagsabay po. Kung nakagraph po siya, makikita natin na halos sabay ang kanilang pag-surge. And it really makes you, it really suggests that there must be a connection between these two, especially since in many online gambling apps, there is also a quick link that leads to online lending apps. So it's very easy for people to just click that and get the money that they need.
Mr. Speaker, kung wala tayo talagang specifically na batas sa online lending, ibig sabihin, lahat ng online lending ngayon, illegal, di ba?
Meron po tayong, what's happening po is yung ating sa SEC, no? Meron silang mga rules na kailangan makakuha po sila ng Certificate of Authority to operate. And once they have that Certificate of Authority to operate, meron din po silang secondary document na kailangan makuha, which is the Online Lending Application Registration. So at the moment, ang SEC po nakapagbigay na po ng over 2,000 registered financial and lending companies. Pero out of that 2,300 po, only 108 lending companies have reported their online lending platforms, which I find hard to believe that there are only 108 online lending applications. So those are just the ones that are registered. And of course, we are aware that there are also those which are not registered.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Madam Gentle Lady, there are how many lending companies that are legal in this country?
Currently, we have, as of January 2025, there are over 2,000 registered financial and lending companies. But the regular lending does not cover the online lending expressly.
But not necessarily that they should be involved in online lending.
Yes, it
Di
should be
ba?
covered, sir. Yes,
Oo.
Congressman.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Madam Gentle Lady, this online lending, walang pagkakaiba ito. The online gambling din as far as harassing the poor people are concerned, di ba? As far as yung mga mahihirap ay nagiging biktima ng online lending na ito tulad na sila ay biktima din ng online gambling. Am I right?
Totoo po yun, Your Honor. Kasi parang nag-iba lang yung pangalan, nag-iba lang yung dating niya na yung isa, kunwari for entertainment, habang ito naman ay kunwari pang assistance, pero ang punot dulo nito ay nahihirapan pa rin ang ating mga taong bayan.
Pero mga nagsasabi, because I filed the bill actually on online gambling, that there ought to be a total ban to it. Ngayon, may mga nagsasabi na if you have a total ban on online gambling, lalakas ang loob ng mga illegal na mga operators. They would go underground. Ngayon, pag ginawa nating illegal ang online lending, would you think that they will also go underground and they will also operate illegally, like, for example, like wedding or...
Well, with regards po firstly to our banning of online gambling, first of all, I would like to manifest my support. I actually filed one also very similar, calling for the complete ban. And with regards to yung pagbaba po niya na magiging underground, no, hindi po natin maiiwasan na syempre pag binan natin ang ating online gambling, meron at merong mga pasaway na mag-underground niyan. But number one, I firmly believe that what we as lawmakers have a responsibility to make sure that online gambling does not have a safe harbor in our country. And by keeping it as legal and regulated only, we are providing a safe harbor. We're just giving it a chance to slide under us, under the veneer of regulated. So hindi dapat, wag po tayong matakot na maging bumaba siya as illegal dahil what we have to do is we have to send a strong message that there is no room in our country for online gambling. And once it becomes illegal, all illegal, then at least our law enforcers, our agencies can now put all their energy into cracking down on these illegal companies rather than trying to regulate and keep up with the legal ones. So that is first. Ngayon naman po, with regards to our online lending apps, sa ngayon po, we are still studying if we can actually make it completely banned because it appears that due to our constitutional laws, no, and of course to the there really is no way that we can ban lending in our country. And so what we are hoping to do is that we can at least put much stronger safeguards. At the moment kasi we have been studying it and it appears that we don't have enough guardrails. For example, yung ating mga lending licenses, kailangan 1 million lang ang nasa bangko o kaya para sa financing license, kailangan 10 million lang ang nasa bangko. Parang we are encouraging anyone, any mom and pop to put up this and talagang madaling magkaroon ng mga fly-by-night na lending companies. So kailangan talaga our government agencies have to step up and really regulate this and put the proper guardrails in place. Instead of 1 to 10 million pesos, siguro dapat nasa 100 million, 300 million pesos. I mean, malaking negosyo to. Hindi naman pwedeng 1 to 5 million lang ang kapital ng ating mga lenders.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, yung sa online lending, merong humihiram o umuutang ng mga milyon na.
Sa ngayon po, I do not think that they cater to to people who need millions of pesos. But we are, based on our research, we have come across the fact that online lenders are actually disbursing between some online lenders are actually disbursing up to billions of pesos per month.
You made mention, Mr. Speaker, that you kanina na-mention mo din na this online lending are owned by foreign
There have been some po. In fact, there were some reports of the NBI who were able to do some raids. And upon raiding yung mga nakikita natin, yung mga na-raid nila, ito po, last June 2025, the Bureau of Immigration and the National Bureau of Investigation arrested 9 foreign nationals involved in an online loan fraud scheme. And
in the Philippines, Madam
yes,
Speaker.
yes, Your Honor, in the Philippines. And in July 2025, 168 employees were arrested by authorities during a raid in the office of an online lending application in Ortigas. And this lending firm is owned by a Chinese national, according to PAOK Executive Director Gilbert Cruz.
Do they have affiliates that are local businessmen here in the Philippines?
I would imagine in order for them to be able to register and to be able to get the necessary documents from our agencies, they must have a local Filipino counterpart fronting for them.
Therefore, kung karamihan ng online lending na ito, ang nagmamay-ari ay foreign entities, hindi nagbabayad ng tamang buwis to. Or actually, they're not paying any tax at all.
Nako, siguro malalaman natin sa BIR. Maganda siguro mapatawag natin ang ating mga kaibigan doon.
Mr. Speaker, I think this would be one of the investigations that Quadcom 2.0 should also consider investigating, Mr. Speaker. And with that also, maraming salamat po, Madam Gentle Lady, for this. I also would like to say, Mr. Speaker, August 12 po ngayon, I just would like to recognize yung Quadcom ng 19th Congress. Nagsimula po ito ng August 12. So, I would like to just recognize and honor our chairman, Ace Barbers, who is no longer with us, Dan Fernandez and Karap Batuano, and of course, Romy Acop, no, for a job well done. Kaya ngayon po, August 12, 2025, I would like to say na ito po yung anniversary actually ng Quadcom ng 19th Congress, and we shall continue and finish this including na po yung online lending na sinasabi ng ating Congressman. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Zubiri, and of course, Congressman Abante. And thank you for reminding the chair and the plenary of the 1-year anniversary of the Quadcom. Well done, sir. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, prior to any other motion, the Majority Leader would like to remind our colleagues that if ever they do intend to signify their intend to interpolate, to please inform the Majority Leader, because we have a list that we have and other members have already signified their intent to interpolate. And also to remind the speakers availing of the privilege hour to either when replying or questioning to address the speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that reminder, Majority Leader. We still have 11 registrants for the privilege hour. That
Mr.
will be our
Speaker,
reminder. One moment. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Northern Samar, the Honorable Nico Raul Daza, to avail for his interpellation.
The gentleman of Samar, Representative Nico Raul Daza, is recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may I ask the distinguished Madam of Bukidnon, the Honorable Audrey Zubiri, a few clarificatory questions.
I welcome the questions of the honorable gentleman.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, to play devil's advocate, millions of people are availing of these online loans and being helped with their everyday lives. Is it worth going after these apps when they are helping so many? And really, shouldn't it be the borrower's responsibility to read the loan terms?
Absolutely. I believe that we should definitely go after these online lending apps. This is far more complex than an ordinary 5-6 situation gone wrong. We are dealing with multiple violations of various Republic Acts, such as the data privacy violations under RA 10173, collection abuse and harassment under RA 11765, predatory interest rates under RA 9474, as well as misleading false terms in transactions, which we find in violation of RA 3765. And so I dare say, apart from these violations to our Republic Act, as I mentioned, it is also now a threat to our national security, as it has come to light that many of these operating lenders, online lending apps, are actually owned by foreign nationals. And so we must definitely go after them before it's too late. And with regards to the responsibility of our borrowers, I do, of course, yes, the borrower's responsibility is to read the contract. But we have to understand that these contracts are usually presented as very long, voluminous documents, written usually in English with a lot of legal jargon. And while this practice complies with the legal requirements of our laws, it does not address the realities of our situation, which is the fact that many of our borrowers actually come from very vulnerable sectors. And so more often than not, they are not even able to fully comprehend these long contracts that they are simply clicking I agree with at the end. Because also usually there is a big case of financial illiteracy as well. And so they are making uninformed decisions, almost as if like under duress. And in times like this, when lenders are also using deception and coercion, I think it's time for the burden to shift not from our borrowers, but to our agencies and to our government to make sure that our borrowers are protected.
On this note, Mr. Speaker, a few more clarificatory questions for the distinguished Madam of Bukidnon. May I ask, what are the sample interest rates imposed by these online lending apps, and how many of these are actually registered with the SEC?
I'm sorry, did you ask about interest rates?
Yes.
Yes, interest rates. Our interest rates, okay, so I have a few samples. As I mentioned earlier, the most extreme we have heard is interest rates of about 1% per day. But we have from 4 SEC registered online loaning apps such as MoneyCat, it is 11.9% per month. Tala Loan is 0.5% per day. One Hand is 9 to 12% per month, and ACOM is 4.98% per month. And so when you look at 0.5%, it sounds very easy to deal with, but when you put that together on an annual basis, you're looking at approximately 182% per annum.
Okay, and then, Mr. Speaker, how many of these online lending companies are registered with the SEC?
We have about 2,300 registered lenders, but of those lenders, only 108 have registered their online activities.
Mr. Speaker, I ask, what does the distinguished Congresswoman propose about these online lending apps?
Well, first of all, I propose that we have a legislative inquiry to identify the possible gaps in our existing laws. As we mentioned earlier, many of the laws that we have, which are in connection with loans and lending, have come from decades past. And now with the advent of these new technologies, we need to update them, we need to keep up to date, and we need to make sure that we are able to face the demands of the current situation. Aside from this, I believe that it's time to strengthen as well the requirements of our agencies. It's time to ask for, number one, to increase their capitalization, more due diligence. They have to headcount the Filipino workers, check Filipino offices. There was an instance where there was a raid done, and the office that was registered was in a hotel located on Rojas Boulevard. But when our NBI went to that said hotel, obviously the lobby told them that there was no such office operating in that hotel. And so I'm wondering how this company was able to get a license. And of course, we must test the apps to make sure it's even working. There are stories that say that some online lending applications are able to get their licenses without even being able to show the app yet. We also have to take into consideration that nowadays there are also stories that some of these apps are actually malware, meaning they are downloaded by our borrowers thinking that this will help them get the assistance they need, not knowing that aside from giving them the assistance they need, these malware are actually scraping their phones and taking their personal data. And that is how some of them are able to get the phone numbers, email addresses, or even passwords of these borrowers. And of course, I would also like to, of course, enhance, update some of our laws. I will not go into each and every one as it's quite long, and I think that's more for a committee, but I believe our laws it's ripe for an update when it comes to online lending.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Representative Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest my full support and gratitude to the distinguished Madam of Bukidnon, Representative Audrey Zubiri, for shedding light on the predatory and exploitative practices in the online lending industry. I think the Honorable Zubiri said it best, ang ating mga kababayan ay lubog na sa sugal, lubog pa sa utang. It is my hope that this August Chamber refers this issue or concern to the appropriate committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Congressman Dasa, and of course, Congresswoman Zubiri. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 1st District of Bukidnon, the Honorable Jose Manuel Alba, for his interpellation.
Congressperson Manuel Alba of the province of Bukidnon. Where is Majority Leader?
Since he's not available, seeing there are no more interpellators, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Audrey K. Zubiri to the Rules Committee for its appropriate actions.
Is there no objection? Is there any objection? The Chair. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of Honorable Zubiri as well as interpellation, or if there were manifestation, is referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader, please. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from the 1st District of Sorsogon, the Honorable Marie Bernadette Escudero, to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Marie Bernadette G. Escudero from the 1st District of Sorsogon. You're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to speak about a challenge that will shape the future of Philippine education: the rise of artificial intelligence, or AI, in our classrooms. AI is no longer a science fiction. It is here, evolving rapidly, already writing term papers, solving equations, summarizing books, and even generating original ideas and insights for our students, all in a matter of seconds. Dear colleagues, it has already entered the classrooms, not through the gates of our schools, but through the fingertips of our learners, through their laptops and smartphones. And we must respond with a firm sense of direction on how we should manage it. If a student copies AI-generated text without disclosure, is that plagiarism? If a student uses AI only to enhance their school output, similar to a spell and grammar checker, is that academic misconduct? Mr. Speaker, plagiarism has long been regarded as a serious academic offense, and so we punish it. But what if the source isn't a person, but an algorithm? Our laws and school policies have no clear answers yet. Today, both students and teachers navigate this new reality without much guidance, risking confusion and academic dishonesty on a national scale. Some schools may have already drafted the rules, but will still lack a comprehensive and national framework to address it and to protect academic integrity. In other words, our academe is left to figure this out on their own. A recent study provides scientific evidence on the impact of AI on the process of cognition from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Media Lab. It revealed that frequent reliance on AI tools like ChatGPT can impair critical thinking, especially among younger users. In this experiment, results showed that participants who frequently used AI while writing essays had the lowest brain activity in EEG scans. Meanwhile, those who wrote unaided demonstrated the highest cognitive engagement and best results. This is alarming, especially when we consider the state of our own education system. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, 5.58 million Filipinos aged 10 to 64 are basically illiterate but not functionally literate because of lack of comprehension skill. Ladies and gentlemen, unregulated AI use risks deepening our learning crisis. A machine must never replace a child's mind. Ang AI ay dapat gamitin para tumulong mag-isip, hindi para iwasan ang pag-iisip. Our future policies must protect the balance of embracing innovation and safeguarding the natural development of human intelligence and critical thinking. This is why I respectfully urge this chamber to support the crafting of a national policy on responsible AI use in education. This must include clear rules on what counts as academic misconduct when AI is involved, disclosure protocols requiring students to cite or acknowledge AI assistance, AI literacy training for teachers, students, and school administrators, safeguards to use AI supports, not replaces human learning and critical thinking, and redesigned assessments that value originality and critical thinking over machine-generated answers. We can draw lessons from UNESCO's 2023 guidance on generative AI in education and learn from countries like Singapore and South Korea that are balancing AI innovation with ethical safeguards in education. Mr. Speaker, let us teach our youth not just how to use AI, but how to critically to think critically alongside it. We must preserve academic integrity even as we embrace technological advancement. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I close with a final reminder. Education is not just about information, it is about formation. Let us shape a generation that is tech-savvy, yet values-driven, innovative, yet deeply human. But because in the age of AI, it is not the machines that should define our future, but the strength of the human mind. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the Lone District of City of Pasig, the Honorable Roman T. Romulo, for his interpellation.
Congressman Roman, will the gentle person from the province of Sorsogon for interpellation
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
proceed, Congressman Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the lady from the 1st District of Sorsogon, unang-una, congratulations that finally someone spoke about AI in the plenary. Sa totoo, Mr. Speaker, lady from the 1st District of Sorsogon.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Before we proceed, I'd like to extend the privilege hour for another hour.
Is that a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to extend the privilege hour. Any objection? No objection. The privilege hour is now extended to another hour. Thank you, Majority Leader. Please proceed, Congressman Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. Again, to the lady from the 1st District of Sorsogon, congratulations for speaking about AI in the plenary. I think it is about time that we have a honest-to-goodness discussion on AI. Alam po ninyo, marami po nagsasalita tungkol sa AI. Sa totoo, kahit sa dyaryo o sa TV, laging pinag-uusapan, mag-AI na tayo. Para lahat tayo nasa same page naman. Lady from Sorsogon, could you please define for us what do we mean by artificial intelligence? What is the scope of AI?
Mr. Chair, as of now po kasi, personally po, all of us here, I'm sure, are all using AI. Even WhatsApp, they have Meta AI, and lahat po basically available on the internet. Sabi ko nga nung panahon natin, pag nag-research tayo, we have to go to the library and use the encyclopedia. Pero ngayon, with all the innovations in technology, it's as easy as it's all in your fingertips. So if you have a smartphone, if you have a laptop, everything is accessible. No? Lahat ng information available on the World Wide Web, makikita na natin if you have a smartphone or a laptop. So sa ngayon, mga estudyante natin, ginagamit na rin yan for research and for everything that they need for the classroom. So, maswerte sila na available na yan. Pero at the same time, dapat nandito tayo para i-safeguard din dahil may mga risks din na involved sa masyadong paggamit ng AI.
Yes. In other words, tama po kayo, no? The lady from First District of Sorsogon. In other words, yung AI, it really feeds on what it reads in the computers, what is there in the World Wide Web. Yun rin naman po yung alam niyang knowledge, hindi ba? It does not create its own knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. And you also mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that there is an MIT study with respect to the use of ChatGPT. For clarity, and for everyone to hear again, could you please reiterate what the results of that preliminary study said about the use of AI for students or learners?
Mr. Chair, so according to the MIT Media Lab, it revealed that frequent reliance on AI tools like ChatGPT can impair critical thinking, especially among the younger users.
So, if I am to understand you correctly, Mr. Speaker, what you are telling us is that, in fact, there is already a study, and this is the first study, and it was done by MIT, which says that if we rely heavily on AI or ChatGPT, then it stunts the growth in critical thinking of learners.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, and we all know, you also mentioned it earlier, the problem in the Philippines is even before critical thinking. The primary problem we have, as you pointed out earlier, was the PSA result, which said that we have many learners who are functionally illiterate. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In fact, you also mentioned a certain number earlier of functionally illiterate based on the PSA test or survey. You also mentioned a number already earlier. What was this number again?
According to the PSA, 5.58 million Filipinos aged 10 to 64 are basically literate but not functionally literate because of lack of comprehension skill.
So when we say not functionally literate, it means that they cannot comprehend what they are reading. They can read, but they cannot comprehend what they read. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So without comprehension, how can we go to the use of AI?
Right now, Mr. Speaker, the DepEd already has a DepEd Order number 13, 2025, series of 2025, which establishes the Education Center for AI Research, or ECAIR, which shall primarily operate for the agency and collaborate with other national and local government agencies with the primary objective of capacitating the educational institutions towards innovations through the use of AI tools. So, actually, last July 7, the DepEd Secretary Angara also announced that DepEd is set to revise the national curriculum to already include training on artificial intelligence use.
Yes, but again, it is all in the planning stage. If my understanding is correct. In fact, the president himself has ordered the executive agencies to form a cluster to be able to create a roadmap for AI. And we understand that this move was done precisely because even the president recognized that we must go towards AI in the future, but before we get to that stage of AI, there are initial steps that we must fix first. Is that a common understanding?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. But let me also add, for the benefit of our members, in addition to the numbers given earlier by the lady from the first district of Sorsogon about the 7 million who are functionally literate, this year, June 2025, the Department of Education assessed grade 1 students, grade 1, 2, and 3 students. About 98% of the students were assessed. That's about 5.2 million students. And of the 5.2 million that were assessed beginning of this school year, 4.5 million of the 5.2 were not grade level in their reading skills. So I think you, the president, the executive department, are correct that at this point in time, there are things that we must fix, like reading comprehension, functional literacy, before we fully dive into AI. So for that, Mr. Speaker, I once again congratulate the lady from the 1st District of Sorsogon. Hopefully, AI becomes a good tool for quality education in this country. But I agree with you, we must take baby steps towards that direction. We must be selective in its application for now. One size will not fit all. Again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our Chairman of Basic Education, Representative Roman Romulo.
Maraming salamat, Congress Representative Escudero and Uman. Majority Leader.
Seeing there are no more interpellators, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Honorable Marie Bernadette G. Escudero to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there no objection? Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of Honorable Escudero, as well as interpellations, manifestations, is referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Rene Luis M. Co, to avail of the privilege R.
Representative Rene Luis M. Co of Party List Kabataan. You have the floor, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I stand before this august chamber as we commemorate International and National Youth Day today on August 12. The observance of International Youth Day was first done on August 12, 2000, after being adopted by the World Conference of Ministers responsible for youth in 1998, and then officially endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly the next year, to raise awareness on issues of the youth and recognizing their potential in building a better world. The celebration of Youth Day in the Philippines was adopted into domestic law through Republic Act number 11913, or the National Youth Day Act, of which Kabataan Party List takes pride in being a principal author. Recognizing the vital role of the youth in nation building as provided in Article 2, Section 13 of the Constitution, RA 11913 enjoins the National Youth Commission, Sangguniang Kabataan, as well as schools, colleges, universities, and education agencies to hold discussions or forums on career paths, sustainable development, environment preservation, gender equality, mental health, and others, or launch activities such as leadership training, youth empowerment, workshops, basic masses integration, and community immersion activities in partnership with local and international youth organizations. Aside from this policy, our history deeply honors the ability of youth to create a just future. In fact, prior to the adoption of the International Youth Day, the Philippines was one of the earliest countries to formally celebrate a Youth Day. Starting 1948, we have celebrated Filipino Youth Day every June 19, the birthday of Jose Rizal, in honor of his exemplary contributions to the Philippine independence movement and against the continuous rule of imperial Spain, all the while being a member of the youth. Nevertheless, my esteemed colleagues, there is one earlier instance of celebrating youth power. In 1920, the first ever Youth Day in the world was commemorated on May 4, in honor of the May 4th movement of 1919, when thousands of Chinese youth and students came together and protested against imperialist control over different regions in their country. After first commemorating the movement in 1920, they officially recognized its commemoration in 1939 and have since commemorated May 4 as their Youth Day annually. Mr. Speaker, this means that the earliest commemoration of youth empowerment goes to the revolutionary spirit of united students and youth and their collective struggle to change society. Similarly, in South Africa, their Youth Day is on the 16th of June to honor the Soweto Uprising of 1976, where hundreds of youth mobilized against the imposition of an oppressive and colonial language policy in schools. These demonstrations later turned into protests against police brutality, state repression, and apartheid. Mr. Speaker, the historical roots of youth empowerment are indisputable. In times of political and economic adversity, the youth take up the challenge to collectively rise up and resist anti-people policies, abuse, brutality, repression, and state terrorism. It is therefore the darkest of ironies that as we observe the International Youth Day today, rather than supporting youth empowerment, the Marcos Jr. administration and governments across the world are actively sabotaging the youth and destroying youth movements, robbing us of our capabilities to take control of our own future. In our schools, Mr. Speaker, our youth and students are driven away from our right to education. Despite the international recognition of education being a right, the thousands of pesos required to continue one's studies per academic year bar students from pushing through. The lack of funding for support services in universities is creating a crisis of inaccessibility. Out of 10 Filipino students who enter grade 1, only 1 will graduate college. We successfully passed Republic Act number 10931, which makes tuition in public universities free, and Kabataan Party List once again takes pride in being its principal author. Despite this, the dropout rate is 4 out of 10. Many cite the increasing tuition and other school fees and living expenses as reasons for leaving educational institutions. Even worse, inside our schools, we are taught not to think critically in order to become problem solvers. Instead, we are taught simply to conform, so we just become rule followers of the system. Rather than strengthening appreciation for collective action, which is how historically youth have empowered themselves to change rules and make society more just and equal, we are forced to compete against each other, to be less concerned with the plights of others, to prioritize survival. When we do extend ourselves for the sake of others, for the championing of social causes, we are punished. A case in point is that of Marcos Baltazar, chairperson of Kabataan Party List San Jose del Monte. Last month, Marcos was not allowed to re-enroll at the City College of SJDM because he participated in a mobilization he did not even organize to join his LGBTQIA+ friends and allies to protest the revocation of a previous victory regarding the college's dress code policy that formerly allowed trans youth to wear gender-affirming clothing. For his participation, he was condemned to punishment without any adherence to procedural and substantial due process requirements that should have been afforded to him as per law and the Constitution. Despite the Supreme Court ruling in Non versus Danes II, in which it said that the student does not shed their constitutionally protected rights at the school gate, various rights and freedoms of students, such as the right to assembly and academic freedom, are eroded by overbroad waivers and agreements and by intimidation tactics of school and local officials. This is only one of the myriad of reports that this representation often receives regarding youth and student repression. And this pattern of silencing dissent also extends beyond the confines of educational institutions. Over the past year, the Filipino youth have spoken up about issues of transparency and accountability or the lack thereof in our government. We called out government officials and pushed for their trial to proceed forthwith. And we were met with disinformation, malicious comments, and red tagging. We need not look far. This year, I, myself, and fellow kabataan leaders faced artificial intelligence or AI-generated media falsely depicting us as armed combatants. I am a duly sitting representative in Congress, and I am actively being branded as a terrorist. These attacks seem to seek to tame the youth, to prevent us from fully understanding the true social realities of our time and using that truth to fashion genuine social change. What adds to the dark irony of it all is that on the same day as International and National Youth Day today, we are also celebrating International Humanitarian Law Day. We are commemorating the adoption of the Geneva Conventions, which form the foundation of IHL and aimed to limit the effects of armed conflict on civilians and those no longer participating in hostilities. And yet, the youth in the Philippines and in many parts of the world fall victim to human rights violations and other acts in flagrant transgressions of international humanitarian law, all dealt by state actors themselves. As we speak, the indiscriminate bombing in the province of Mindoro and the extrajudicial killings of farmers and indigenous people have intensified since 2024, according to locals. And the recent spate of killings of a Hanunuo Mangyan youth named J.L. Maligday last year, and most recently, just last week, the killing of Maranao farmer Juan Sumilhig are no exception. Alarmed, youth paralegals volunteered to be part of a fact-finding humanitarian mission in the province. And in their various and numerous attempts to find the truth of the matter, they are currently facing relentless surveillance, arbitrary curfews, red tagging, violent dispersal, and threats of gunfire by police and military forces. Finally, I'd like to dedicate a few minutes to share another heartbreaking story of a youth who perished untimely because of the cruelty of those in power. Last Sunday, Al Jazeera reporter Anas Al-Sharif, 28 years old, only a year older than me, along with 4 colleagues and 2 civilians, were murdered in a targeted Israeli attack on a tent just outside the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City. Since the genocide against Gazans have intensified in October 2023, he has served as the fearless face telling the stories of Palestinians against the relentless onslaught of disinformation, gaslighting, and black propaganda from US, Western, and Israeli media. For putting his life on the line for the truth, he was punished. In a tweet, serving as his final will and final message, he said, "I urge you not to let chains silence you, nor borders restrain you. Be bridges toward the liberation of the land and its people, until the sun of dignity and freedom rises over our stolen homeland. I entrust you to take care of my family." Today, in the city of Gaza, in the state of Palestine, the youth are no longer just facing genocide and a man-made famine under Israeli occupation. Now, Israel has outrightly said that they will be conducting an invasion. Israel is now trying to brand Anas as a terrorist to justify his killing, a tactic we know all too well here in the Philippines. With his brutal and targeted murder, Anas adds to the list of thousands of Palestinian youth under the age of 30 killed by Israel since the beginning of its genocidal siege in Gaza. But Mr. Speaker, we, the youth, we are not mere statistics. We are not mere stories. We are people, and we will inherit our country and the whole world as the future generation. And so we, the youth, will not sit idly by as gross injustice and massive oppression have our country and the whole world on a chokehold. As we commemorate International and National Youth Day, we must revisit the historical role of the youth to learn from society and to understand that we, for generations now, have lived in a world where power and wealth are concentrated to a few, where there is an oppressor and the oppressed. And the challenge is to uncover this reality and always stand with the oppressed. Each time we have done so, the youth, alongside the people, made significant impacts for the betterment of our future. Like the May 4th movement and the Soweto uprising, the Filipino youth have shown their power before, as in the first quarter storm of 1970, which contributed ultimately to the downfall of the Marcos Sr. dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, we are not only the future of the nation, but also its shining hope. Tunay ngang ang kabataan ng pag-asa ng bayan. ngunit sa pamamagitan lamang ng kolektibong pagkilos at masugid na pakikibaka, maaaring lumitaw ang pinakamahusay na kabataan. The youth are truly the hope of the nation. But only through collective action and persistent struggle can the best in the youth emerge. Therefore, we call on the Filipino youth and the youth of the world, unite to fight for our rights. We encourage the youth to take a page from the history of our sector, the May 4th movement, the Soweto uprising, and the First Quarter Storm. On today's International and National Youth Day and International Humanitarian Law Day, we demand that the rights of the youth be protected, uphold academic freedom in schools, uphold international humanitarian law, end militarization in the countryside, and the Israeli genocide. The people in power fear the power of the people when the youth unite with the oppressed. To my fellow youth, let's not be afraid of the future and its uncertainty. Let's make oppressors afraid of us. We have a world to win. That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well said, Representative Rene Luis M. Co. of Party List Kabataan. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, since there's no interpolator, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Representative Rene Luis Co. Party List Kabataan to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Thank you. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the speech of Honorable Kabataan Party List Representative Co. is hereby referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate actions. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman, Representative Antonino B. Roman III, First District, Bataan, to avail of the privileged hour.
Representative Antonino B. Roman III, First District of Bataan. You have the floor, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. I rise today compelled not by rhetoric, but by the urgent realities on the ground. I speak not only as the representative of the First District of Bataan, but as a son of a province that once again finds itself waist deep in water, hope slowly being washed away by flood after flood, typhoon after typhoon every year. Sa mga bayan ng Hermosa, Orani, Samal at Abukay, ang mga bayan na aking minamahal at pinaglilingkuran, nalunod ang mga palayan, nawasak ang mga bahay, at ang mga batang dapat sana'y nag-aaral ay kailangan huminto sa pag-aaral at lumikas sa evacuation centers. Typhoon Karina and the relentless Habagat have reminded us once again of a painful truth. When the rain falls, it doesn't fall equally. It falls hardest on the most vulnerable. Ang malawakang pagbaha na ating nararanasan taon-taon ay hindi lamang abala, kundi panganib sa buhay, sa kabuhayan, at sa kinabukasan. And yet, this story isn't ours alone. From Cagayan to Cotabato, Filipinos are caught in a cycle. May darating na bagyo, masisira ang kabuhayan, manghihingi ng tulong, makakabangan ng konti, at muling babagyo. This is no longer the exception. It has become our reality. And let's be honest, this isn't just climate change. These are also the consequences of outdated systems, fragmented planning, and reactive governance. The floods come every year, but the plans remain on paper. The rains become heavier, but the drainage stays clogged. The forecasts are smarter, but our response stays the same. Mr. Speaker, Republic Act number 10121, the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, was passed in 2010. Back then, it was progressive. It was landmark legislation. But 15 years and hundreds of disasters later, we are no longer in the same world. Hindi na sapat ang luma. Hindi na sapat ang kanya-kanya. Hindi na sapat ang palaging huli. We need a new kind of resilience, one that begins before the storm, not after. It is time to move beyond piecemeal interventions. What we need is a comprehensive, forward-looking, and fully funded National Disaster Resilience Plan. I respectfully propose a National Disaster Resilience Agenda that, number one, integrates flood control and climate adaptation infrastructure at the local and regional levels. Number two, empowers local government units not only with mandates, but with actual technical and financial capacity. Number three, streamlines interagency coordination, including the Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, Department of Interior and Local Government, Department of Information and Communications Technology, and the Office of Civil Defense. Number four, makes use of data in science, including climate projections and geohazard mapping, in allocating national resources. And five, builds not just back, but builds better, smarter, and more resilient. Hindi sapat ang relief goods kung taon-taon ay relief goods na lang ang inaasahan. Our kababayans deserve more than just food packs. They deserve protection. They deserve preparedness. They deserve peace of mind. Let us also ensure that no province, no municipality, and no barangay is left to fend for itself after every typhoon or habagat. The Filipino people deserve more than emergency relief. They deserve protection, preparedness, and peace of mind. In this light, I respectfully request that this matter be referred to the Committee on Disaster Resilience and the Committee on Public Works and Highways for immediate consideration, with the end goal of crafting a long-term, climate-smart, people-centered disaster resilience framework. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, para sa Bataan, para sa bawat Pilipino naghahangad ng pangmatagalang solusyon sa problema ng pagbaha.
Maraming salamat, First District Bataan Province, Representative Antonino B. Roman III. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, since there is no interpolator, I move that we refer the speech of Representative Antonino B. Roman III, First District of Bataan, to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of Representative Roman of Bataan is approved and is referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List for Peace, Representative J.C. M. Abalos, to avail of the privileged hour.
Party List for Peace, Representative J.C. M. Abalos is hereby recognized. Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, to our guests present at sa lahat ng kababayan natin na nakikinig ngayon, magandang gabi po. Mr. Speaker, mahalaga ang paggamit ng datos sa trabaho natin bilang mambabatas. Whenever we craft and develop effective policies and determine what programs and services truly work, we need to base it on accurate, real-to-life data. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that I am here to discuss an important source of data, one that is vital for our key social protection programs, the community-based monitoring system, or CBMS. Enacted under RA 11315 in 2019 with the Philippine Statistics Authority or the PSA as the lead implementing agency, the CBMS Act provides that the state shall adopt a community-based monitoring system which generates updated and disaggregated data necessary in targeting beneficiaries, conducting more comprehensive poverty analysis and needs prioritization, designing appropriate policies and interventions, and monitoring impact over time. The CBMS is essential for identifying beneficiaries of social protection and poverty alleviation programs, both at the local and the national levels. It also serves as the basis for allocating funds to these programs so we can prioritize our efforts toward those who are most in need of social protection programs. Sa CBMS, ang pagkokolekta at pagpoproseso ng datos ay isinasagawa ng mga pamahalaang lokal o LGUs. Ang mga local CBMS personnel ay sinasanay at ginagabayan ng PSA upang maging komprehensibo ang pagsensus sa bawat pamilya ng mga komunidad. Kasama sa mga datos na kinokolekta ay ang bilang ng mga miyembro ng pamilya at ang antas ng kanilang edukasyon, ang access nila sa mga pangunahing serbisyo at kalagayan ng paninirahan. Dahil sa prosesong ito, Mr. Speaker, malaking tulong ang CBMS para sa ating mga social protection programs at mga programa laban sa kahirapan. Maging ito man ay para sa pabahay, kalusugan, edukasyon, at iba pang batayang pangangailangan upang matukoy kung sino talaga ang dapat bigyan ng tulong. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, despite our best intentions, we are currently facing a serious and unfortunate reality. The CBMS data is not yet available. In last year's budget deliberation on September 16, 2024, tinanong ko po yung PSA tungkol sa status ng CBMS, which covered 27.4 million households and 29.8 thousand institutional living quarters nationwide, with a budget amounting to 4.8 billion. In their response, PSA said that the POPSEN CBMS was 70% complete and was initially targeted to be finished in October 2024. Unfortunately, the target completion date was moved to December 2024 due to delays caused by typhoons and other uncontrollable factors, according to PSA. In addition, PSA stated that once data gathering is finished, they will turn over the data to the National Economic and Development Authority to be finalized and will eventually be available to be used by implementers of social protection and poverty alleviation programs. It was also in 2024, Mr. Speaker, that I received reports from 4-piece beneficiaries that a large number of them will graduate from the program due to mandatory exit or beneficiaries who have reached the maximum 7-year stay. This was then confirmed by the DSWD during one of my courtesy visits to the department. The DSWD estimated that in 2024, a significant number of household beneficiaries will exit the Pantawid program in 2025, while 3 million are expected to exit in 2026. It should also be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the use of listahanan by DSWD will end with the full implementation of CBMS in 2024. Therefore, the task of identifying potential household beneficiaries for government social welfare programs now relies entirely on the completion of CBMS. Halimbawa na lamang sa programa ng Pantawid. Ngunit, tulad po ng aking sinabi, Mr. Speaker, wala pa rin po tayong datos. Mr. Speaker, sa pagtakbo ng panahon na hindi natutupad ang ipinangako ng PSA, tumitindi ang pangangailangan ng mga programa ng pamahalaan sa datos ng CBMS, lalong-lalo na't malapit na muli natin talakayin ang budget. The concerns raised to me by 4-piece beneficiaries and DSWD in 2024 led me and Minority Leader Nonoy Libanan to file House Resolution 2085 in the 19th Congress to officially inquire about the status of the CBMS. A committee meeting was held by the Committee on Poverty Alleviation on November 26, 2024 for an initial deliberation on the said resolution. During this meeting, the PSA disclosed that as of November 15, 2024, they had visited 89.4% of the targeted 27 million households for the 2024 POPSEN CBMS. The PSA also confirmed that upon completion of data gathering in December 2024, the CBMS data would be delivered to the DSWD on a staggered basis until March 2025. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, hindi ito nangyari. It is already the third quarter of the year and until now, we are still waiting for the fulfillment of PSA's promise that the CBMS data would be completed by the first quarter of 2025. Para maipakita ang epekto ng pagkaantala ng datos ng CBMS, hayaan po ninyong ilarawan ko ang sitwasyon ng programa ng 4Ps bilang isang halimbawa, Mr. Speaker. Sa ngayon, humigit kumulang 3 milyong pamilya na lamang ang benepisyaryo ng programa, bumaba mula sa dating 4 na milyon noong December 2024 dahil sa pag-alis o pagtatapos ng mga benepisyaryo. Ayon sa pinakabagong datos mula sa DSWD, mula 2024 hanggang 2026, merong 1.2 million na benepisyaryo ang gagraduate mula sa programa dahil sa natural attrition o dahil wala ng bata sa kanilang pamilya na nasa edad 18 pababa. At 1.4 million naman, Mr. Speaker, ang gagraduate sa 2025 at 2026 dahil sila ay self-sufficient at hindi na itinuturing mahirap. Idagdag pa po natin rito ang inaasahang mandatory exit ng halos 1.9 million beneficiaries ngayong 2026. Since the DSWD had already exhausted the list of beneficiaries under listahanan in 2024, wala na po silang mapapagkunan ng pamalit sa halos 3 milyong pwestong mababakante sa programa hanggat hindi pa natatapos ang datos mula sa CBMS. At hindi lamang 4Ps ang apektado sa delay na ito, Mr. Speaker. Kung hindi, ang buong social protection at anti-poverty programs ng pamahalaan. We cannot add beneficiaries to several of our social protection programs not without the completion of CBMS. If we fail to address this immediately, this issue will not just linger. It will paralyze our efforts and undermine the very programs designed to help our kababayans. Maganda nga sana, Mr. Speaker, kung ang dahilan kung bakit wala ng beneficiaries ay dahil wala nang nakakaranas ng kahirapan. Ngunit, ang totoo po, Mr. Speaker, ito ay dahil wala pa po tayong bagong listahan o bagong datos. Sa ating mga kababayan na dapat mapabilang sa mga social protection program ng pamahalaan, kayo ba ay nakaranas na ng census o napuntahan na ba kayo ng mga enumerators ng gobyerno? Mr. Speaker, the longer we wait for the CBMS data, the greater the disservice we do to our people. Sa puntong ito, nais kong ipahayag ang aking mapagkumbaba ngunit mahigpit na paalala para sa PSA. Una, sana ay matupad na ang mga naipangakong datos mula sa pagsasagawa ng CBMS upang magamit na ng mga social protection and poverty alleviation programs ng pamahalaan. Pangalawa, sana ay maitupad din ang nakasaad sa IRR ng batas na pagsusumite sa Kongreso ng Annual Accomplishment Report ng PSA ukol sa CBMS implementation. Kung titignan din natin ang pondong inilaan sa PSA nitong mga nagdaang taon, baka kailangan dagdagan ng PSA ang kanilang pagsusumikap upang tumugma sa pondong inilalaan para sa kanila. Noong 2022 po, Mr. Speaker, 574 million pesos ang inilaan na pondo para sa pagsasagawa ng CBMS. Sa sumunod na taon o 2023, 76 million naman ang inilaan natin para sa pagpapatuloy ng nasabing programa. At nitong nakaraang taon, 2024, naglaan pa rin ng 5.7 billion pesos para rin sa CBMS. Hindi ko po hinahangad, Mr. Speaker, na bawasan ang pondo para sa CBMS. Ngunit, mas hinihiling ko na makita ang resulta ng pagpopondo rito. Marahil, Mr. Speaker, kailangan na rin buuin ang Joint Congressional Oversight Committee para sa CBMS. Ayon sa IRR ng CBMS Act, ang Oversight Committee ang magsasagawa ng evaluation sa pagpapatupad ng programa. para kung sakaling may matukoy na kakulangan sa CBMS implementation, ang Oversight Committee ang makakapaghain ng mga karagdagang panukalang batas upang tumugon sa kakulangang ito. Sa pagtatapos, Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong ulitin ang aking panawagan sa ating mga ahensya, lalo na sa PSA, upang matapos na ang paghahanda sa mga kinakailangang datos para sa ating mga social protection programs at iba pang serbisyo na nangangailangan dito. Let us work together to effectively contribute to the poverty alleviation efforts of our national government. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, at magandang gabi po sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat, four-piece party list, Congressman Abalos. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of Representative JCM Abalos, party list four-piece, be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of four-piece party list, Honorable Abalos, Representative Abalos, is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from party list Kamanggagawa, the Honorable Elijah Rambawa San Fernando, to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Elijah Rombawa San Fernando, party list Kamanggagawa, is recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you,
Congressman.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, sa mga kamanggagawa natin dito sa Kongreso, housekeeping, security, congressional staff, at sa lahat ng mga manggagawang at ordinaryong Pilipinong nanonood, magandang gabi po. It is my privilege to give the maiden speech of the kampihan ng mga maralita at manggagawa, or also known as Kamanggagawa Party List. Una, kami po ay taus-pusong nagpapasalamat sa lahat ng mga nagtiwala sa amin nung nakaraang halalan. Di po namin tinitignan ang pagkapanalong ito bilang simpleng pagkapanalo lamang, kundi isang sagradong kasunduan sa pagitan ng kamanggagawa at ng mamamayang Pilipino. In this spirit also, I would like to congratulate my fellow representatives on your own victories. It is easy to take political democracy for granted, but the peaceful transfer of power which allows us to perform our responsibilities is as valuable as this institution itself. May we always remember who put us here, the Filipino people, ang mga manggagawa't ordinaryong Pilipino. Sila ho ang dahilan kung bakit tayo narito. Mr. Speaker, Kamanggagawa Party List was brought to this Congress through a historic campaign where we severely lacked funding and resources. Lagi naming sinasabi noon, wala kaming budget. Di namin kayang makipagsabayan sa mga kumakandidato na mayroong tradisyonal na makinaryang makikita at aasahan tuwing halalan. But in the absence of funding and traditional support, we rallied our members, composed of trade unions, community and neighborhood associations, cooperatives, and other people's organizations. Mga ordinaryong tao katulad po ng inyong lingkod. Through the power of social media and a strong, consistent message, we were successful in channeling the voices of those who felt as if our current institutions no longer serve their interests. Those disillusioned by the decades-old promise of provincial wages, and those who feel shortchanged by the regular functioning of our economic system. I say this to you, dear colleagues, because we believe our campaign heralds a pivotal changes in politics and brings lessons we should all heed. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the people are hungry for change, and we are tired of getting spare change from the institutions who ought to serve the interests of the many and not the few. Through social media, through community organizing, and through people-to-people conversations, we reach those who had long felt excluded and invisibilized. Mr. Speaker, we spoke to security guards, janitors, fast food crew, riders, construction workers, vendors, nurses, and people from all walks of life. Many of them told us the same thing. They work hard, but can barely survive. They vote, but feel unheard. Thus, our campaign asked a hard but honest question. Nasaan nga ba ang pangako ng demokrasya? Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, before addressing this question, allow me to tell you a story about one of our constituents. Isa po sa mga nakilala ko sa pag-iikot si Ate Lorna, isang security guard. Security guard sa Davao. Siya po ay nagtatrabaho ng 12-hour shift para lamang sa kakarampot na 400 pesos kada araw. That is about 33 pesos per hour. Barely enough for 3 meals, much less for education, healthcare, or rent. Kinakailangang lumipat ng kanyang asawa sa Maynila para sa mas mataas na sahod. Her kids have grown up barely knowing their father. Sabi niya sa amin, parang parusa ang maging mahirap sa probinsya. Kwento po ito ng milyon-milyong Pilipino, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. Now, what is democracy? The dictionary definition is a government of the people, a rule by the majority. Democratization and development scholars invite us to embrace a more substantive definition. Democracy, not just as rights, but as the expansion of people's capabilities, democracy as enabling people's active participation and making them believe that such participation is meaningful. Mr. Speaker, mga kasama kong mambabatas, ang demokrasya ho ay hindi lang tungkol sa pagboto o karapatang bumoto tuwing halalan. Ang demokrasya ho ay tungkol sa daily right to eat, to rest, to learn and be educated, to be treated when sick, to be with one's family, to be treated with respect in the workplace, and to live a fulfilling and dignified life. Ang tunay na demokrasya ho ay nagbibigay ng kakayahan sa mamamayan, hindi lamang ng karapatan. Democracy should enable people not just to dream, but to pursue those dreams with real opportunities and real support. Ang kailangan nito ay mamamayang malaya sa gutom at sa kahirapan. Democracies, furthermore, must promote inclusive growth to preserve their democratic character. If a significant portion of the populace feels disenfranchised, the promise of the election of their leaders is tenuous at best. It turns voting into a formality, or worse, a cruel illusion. Kung hindi na naniniwala ang mamamayan sa sistema, wala nang pundasyon ang pananatili ng sistema. We need inclusive growth across the nation in recognition of the value of every worker, be they from NCR or any other region. Beyond the political democracy that put us in power, then there is an economic democracy that should be its foundation. Political power without economic freedom is empty and hollow. With all these in mind, we dare to ask, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and distinguished colleagues, do we truly have democracy in this country? Ayon po sa datos ng SWS, kalahati ng populasyon sa bansa ay nagsasabing sila ay mahirap. At 1 sa 5 pamilya ang nagsabing sila ay nakararanas ng gutom. Kung tayo nga pong mga nandito sa National Capital Region ay hirap ng pagkasahin ng 695 pesos sa isang araw, paano pa kaya ang mga manggagawa doon sa probinsya? Halimbawa na lang sa BARM, kung saan sumasahod lang ang isang manggagawa ng 386 pesos. Napakalayo at wala pa ito sa kalahati ng sinasabi ng mga pag-aaral na higit 1,200 piso kada araw ang kailangan para tugunan ang mga basic na pangangailangan para mabuhay ng disente. Worse, contractualization continues to flourish with workers kept in perpetual limbo. denied regular status, and robbed of job security. The scenario is even worse in government. According to the Civil Service Commission, 939,000 or 1 in every 3 government workers are JO or COS. Marami hong nakakaalam niyan dito sa bulwagang ito. Pati gobyerno may endo. It is clear that our democracy is dysfunctional and injustice widespread. At the heart of this dysfunction, we humbly submit, Madam Speaker, that there is no greater affront to democracy than what we call provincial wages. Let us state it plainly. The provincial rate is akin to legal discrimination. It sets in stone the idea that workers in the provinces deserve less pay for virtually the same labor. Isa ito sa pinakamalinaw na halimbawa ng sistematikong diskriminasyon at pahirap sa mga manggagawa. The provincial wage system causes disparate and unequal development. It causes brain drain, making it advantageous for almost every worker to live in NCR instead of elsewhere. In a tragic lose-lose scenario, the provincial wage system has caused congestion in Metro Manila and underdevelopment in the provinces. Madam Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, wala hong panalo dito. Lahat talo, bukod sa mga malalaking mga negosyante at mga oligarko. Perhaps, worst of all, the provincial rate is separating our families like Ate Lorna's. It erodes the moral fiber of our most basic social institution, one that our Constitution swore to protect. Parehas lang naman po ang trabaho ng sikyo sa probinsya at sa Manila. Ganun na rin sa janitor, construction worker, BPO, at iba pang mga manggagawa. Parehong 8 oras ang trabaho kada araw. Hindi naman ho mas mabigat ang simento dito sa Manila kumpara sa Visayas o sa Mindanao. Pero bakit ho higit na mas barat ang sahod ng manggagawa sa probinsya? Our call is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Parehong sahod sa parehong pagod. Over the course of our campaign, we've heard several cliched arguments. Abolishing the provincial rate will lead to uncontrolled inflation, capital flight, and can't be afforded by small businesses. These statements are as dated as they are dangerous. They are based on a theory and not updated by experience. We must call these statements out for what they are. Nothing more but excuses used to promote an inherently unjust and discriminatory system. May kumikita dahil sa diskriminasyon at magaling gumawa ng palusot upang ipagpatuloy ito. Lagi ring tinatanong, Mr. Speaker, kaya ba ng ekonomiya? We answer with a resounding yes. Mr. Speaker, mga kasama kong mambabatas, hindi na po uubra ang lumang palusot na hindi ito kaya ng ekonomiya o malulugi ang mga negosyo. Base sa huling annual survey of the Philippine Businesses and Industry ng PSA, 11% lamang ng kabuang gastos sa negosyo ang para sa pasahod, habang ang nangungunang 1,000 korporasyon ay nagtala ng 2 trilyong pisong kita. Uulitin ko po, Mr. Speaker, 2 trilyong pisong kita noong 2023. Kaya ang mas dapat po nating itanong, kaya pa ba ng mga manggagawa? Kaya pa ba ng ordinaryong Pilipino na mamuhay sa sahod na halos kapiranggot kumpara sa pang-araw-araw na gastusin? Hindi po teorya ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, Mr. Speaker, kundi aktual na buhay ng milyon-milyong Pilipino. So let me be clear. We will not rest until we abolish the provincial wage system. This is our sacred covenant with our constituents. Beyond that, Kamanggagawa Party List will push and support for the implementation of the Constitution's promise of living wage. We will assert workers' basic benefits like resignation pay, sick and vacation leaves. We will fight for the regularization of workers, the defense of the rights to organize and assert their interests via strike. To paraphrase Albert Camus, in this world of conflict, we should always be on the side of the victims, not the executioners. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, we also have no illusions that this will be an easy task. We know that this will be an uphill battle. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we extend our hand of friendship to all, no matter the party affiliation. After all, what we need are legislators who not just lend their ears to listen, but truly work towards advocating for workers and ordinary people's interests. Alam at batid po namin na magkakaroon tayo ng mga debate. At maaaring umabot po sa mga punto ng hindi pagkakaintindihan. But we are prepared to defend our proposals here in Congress with facts and arguments. Pero nais ko pong ilinaw at bigyang diin, lalong-lalo na po sa mga kasama ko sa bulwagang ito, sa usapin ng ikabubuti ng kalagayan ng mga manggagawa, kaibigan at kasama po ninyo ang buong kamanggagawa. As the representative, I will not shy away from the label of manggagawa. Nakabarong man ho, manggagawa pa rin ang turing ko sa aking sarili. I believe that the prestige of this office not only extends as far as the work we do for the Filipino people. And in firm solidarity with workers and the Filipino people, this is our campaign promise, and I have committed to take only a minimum wage from my congressional salary, with the remainder going to the trade unions and federations who advance workers' welfare. This is my commitment to understanding the true situation of the Filipino worker. Mr. Speaker, in this time of great upheaval, of growing inequality and disillusionment, the Filipino people need a responsive and dynamic Congress, one that listens as much as it speaks and acts with resolve and conviction when the opportunity presents itself. Kailangan ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino ng Kongresong matapang at marunong mangarap. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, let us be the Congress which rises to this great task. Let us be the Congress which helps save our failing democracy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, at sa aking mga kasama dito sa bulwagan ito. Magandang gabi po.
In solidarity, fellow trade unionists, Kamanggagawa Party List, Congressman Elijah R. San Fernando. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to extend the privilege hour for another 20 minutes.
Privilege hour. There's a motion to extend the privilege hour. Is there any objection? Motion is approved. We extend to 1 hour. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable San Fernando to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of Honorable Elijah Kaeli San Fernando, Congressman of Kamanggagawa Party List, is referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize a gentleman from the 1st District of Aklan, the Honorable Jesus Jess Marquez, to avail of the privilege hour.
1st District, Aklan, Representative Jesus Jess R. Marquez. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our distinguished colleagues, mayad-ayan nga gabi sa aton tanan. Today, I rise to speak on a matter of urgent public concern, an issue that reemerges with alarming regularity during every rainstorm, exposing deficiencies in our systems and underscoring the pressing need for concerted action. I refer to the persistent and overwhelming problem of garbage, a challenge that threatens our environment, endangers public health, and undermines the quality of life of our people. Over the years, our cities have repeatedly drowned not only in floodwaters, but also in the waste that clogs our streets and our waterways. This is not merely an inconvenience. It is a crisis that puts lives at risk, disrupts livelihoods, and erodes the productivity our nation can ill afford to lose. This is not a new concern for this chamber. Since the 17th, 18th, and 19th Congresses, my predecessor and father, Congressman Carlito Marquez, has consistently championed to modernize our approach to waste management. It is an innovation that allows conversion of our waste into something we can call benefit. This policy initiative, even then, earned the strong support of many of his colleagues. Let us consider the data. Metro Manila produces more than 10,000 metric tons of solid waste every single day. That is over 3.5 million tons a year. In my home province, the province of Aklan, our daily waste generation exceeds 100 metric tons, and this story is repeated across provinces. Much of this garbage ends up in landfills that are now nearing capacity. Illegal dump sites persist out of necessity, and far too much waste finds its way into our rivers, our lakes, and the seas. And when the typhoon comes, the consequences are devastating. Filipino homes are flooded, streets become impassable, and work is halted. Our children miss school, and communities suffer not only health risks, but also deep and lasting socio-economic losses. As Manila's own leaders have acknowledged, traditional collect and dump methods can no longer keep pace. Declogging our canals may bring temporary relief, but for how long? They are blocked again. What could be a solution, Mr. Speaker? Now, in the 20th Congress, it is an opportunity for us to rethink the innovation that could be made available to us, one that is large-scale, viable, and perhaps future-ready. And that is waste to energy, a solution that not only reduces waste, but brings back its value to us. Waste to energy, otherwise known as waste treatment technology, involves the controlled burning of garbage to produce heat, which in turn drives turbines to generate electricity. It is a form of biomass power, producing renewable energy while reducing the volume of waste that would otherwise end up in landfills. Waste to energy has been a proven path forward that many countries have ever since embraced, alongside their recycling programs, turning refuse into power, jobs, and cleaner communities. That even the countries of Japan, South Korea, and Singapore have waste-to-energy facilities in place. Japan operates over 1,000 waste-to-energy facilities, converting waste into clean energy and using advanced emission controls to ensure air quality. South Korea integrates waste-to-energy with aggressive recycling, diverting waste from landfills and producing electricity for their cities. Singapore's Tuas plant processes over 8,200 tons daily, powering thousands of homes and using leftover ash for land reclamation. These nations are not only solving their waste problems, they are also reducing dependence on fossil fuels and moving closer to net zero emission targets. By generating power without the need for fossil fuels, waste to energy will also help achieve effective reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Speaker, waste to energy is not a silver bullet, but it offers a huge part of our solution. While garbage is difficult to eliminate completely, it can be used effectively. It can be an essential part of a circular economy where waste becomes a resource and nothing is thrown away without a purpose. And let me assure the public, modern WTE plants today are equipped with the latest technology and are strictly regulated. Emissions can be monitored in real time, 24 hours a day, by the DNR and other relevant agencies. These real-time monitoring systems shall ensure that all emissions stay well within safe and acceptable levels, meeting both local and international standards. Data from these systems shall be made available for public scrutiny, ensuring transparency and accountability at all times. Let us not forget, open dump sites pose far greater health hazards, from groundwater contamination to respiratory illnesses to the spread of vector-borne diseases. Modern waste-to-energy plants, when operated under strict environmental standards and real-time monitoring, can safely manage our waste and even produce usable byproducts such as ash for construction and roadworks. I therefore ask, what is truly better for our people? Mountains of garbage polluting our land and water, or harnessing that waste to generate electricity, create jobs, and support our transition to clean energy? That is why I personally refiled the bill on regulating waste treatment technology in our country and give the chance it deserves and bring the Philippines in step with modern, sustainable nations. Garbage is a challenge that transcends politics. After all, modern challenges demand modern solutions. Solutions encouraging collaboration and fostering a whole of society approach. Together with the private sector, we can mobilize resources, share expertise, and scale innovations that will finally turn this problem in an opportunity for progress. Esteemed colleagues in the 20th Congress, I call on all of us to rally behind a solution that will propel our nation toward greater innovation, one that is forward-looking, resilient, and able to turn challenges into opportunities. Even our Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin Romualdez himself, filed a waste treatment technology measure in the 19th Congress, a legislation that has repeatedly passed on third and final reading of the House. Let us not allow this vital measure to be shelved once again. I end with the words of environmentalist Paul Hawken. Real sustainability is about transformation, a shift from a system that takes, makes, and wastes to one that creates, conserves, and restores. Let us be the generation that transform our nation's waste into hope, progress, and a cleaner future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Good evening, each and everyone.
Maraming salamat, Representative Jess R. Marquez of Aklan. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Marquez to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of Honorable Marquez, the province of Aklan, is hereby approved and referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of South Cotabato, the Honorable Ferdinand L. Hernandez, to avail of the privilege hour.
Congressman May gabi, Congressman Ferdinand L. Hernandez of 2nd District of South Cotabato. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saving the best for last. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, maayong gabi sa aton tanan. I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege to speak as a Filipino fighting for the welfare of our youth and shaping a brighter future for them through the transformative power of education. And how very fitting it is that I get to deliver this message today as we celebrate the International Youth Day. When the world acknowledges the vital role that the young people play as agents of change, leaders and mobilizers in promoting development. In this mission, we are not alone. The government, through Republic Act number 10931, also known as the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, has taken a bold step toward this shared vision. This landmark law seeks to break down the barriers that prevent so many young Filipinos from reaching their full potential. Its objectives are clear, deeply aligned with our collective aspirations: to provide adequate funding and other mechanisms to increase participation across all socio-economic classes in tertiary education, to ensure equal opportunity for all Filipinos to access quality tertiary education, whether in public or private institutions, to give priority to academically able students, especially those coming from poor families, to ensure that government resources in education are used efficiently and effectively, to offer proper guidance and incentives for young Filipinos in making informed career choices and in developing their skills towards nation building, and to recognize the essential complementary roles of both public and private institutions in strengthening our tertiary educational system. This is more than just a law. It is a promise that education will not be a privilege for the few, but a right for all. Reflecting on the testimonials shared by our graduates from Region 12, who received 60,000 under the Tertiary Education Subsidy Program, it is truly heartwarming and fulfilling to hear their stories of gratitude and success in pursuing their college education, all made possible through the subsidy and support they received. According to the testimony shared by Sheena Barulan, who graduated from Green Valley College Foundation, Inc., I'm proud to be the first degree holder in my family, and I'm deeply grateful for the TES grant that made my college education more manageable and eased the burden on my family. Another testimony shared by Diana Sagan from same school. Your support has truly made a difference in my life, and I am forever thankful for helping me finish my studies. I have been able to focus on my academic goals, develop my skills, and build a strong foundation for my future. Through the tertiary education subsidy, we were able to give hope and pave the way for our youth to fulfill their dreams, making college education accessible without the fear of financial burden. But this has changed, and not for the better. According to Article 14, Section 1, our Constitution clearly dictates the rights of our youth for quality education. To quote, the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all. Hindi ko mabilang ang mga estudyante na lumapit sa akin upang idulog ang hirap na kanilang dinaranas sa pag-aaral. Malaking tulong sana ang TES program upang mapunuan ang pinansyal na kakulangan ng mga kabataang Pilipino. Ngunit mula sa orihinal na 60,000 pesos kada taon na natatanggap ng ating mga scholar, ngayon ay naging 27,000 kada taon o halagang 13,500 na lamang kada semester ang natatanggap ng mag-aaral sa private higher education institution at 20,000 kada taon halagang 10,000 na lamang kada semester para sa mag-aaral sa public higher education institutions. Ang sitwasyong ito, ang pagbawas ng kanilang subsidy ay isang patunay na paglalabag sa saligang batas na imbis na protektahan ang kanilang instead na proteksyonan natin ang kinabukasan ng bawat kabataan, ito ay talagang nakaapekto sa kanila. Nakasaad sa Republic Act number 10931 na ang cost of tertiary education ay ang tuition at other school fees, educational expenses, at cost of living allowance. Ngunit ano ang magagawa ng halagang 13,500 per semester sa isang estudyante na nasa private higher educational institutions at 10,000 para sa public higher educational institutions? Hindi lamang ito nagpapakita ng kawalang katarungan sa alokasyon ng pondo, ngunit isang malinaw na paglabag sa konstitusyon. Article 14, Section 5, Subparagraph 5 ng ating 1987 Constitution, malinaw na nakasaad, the state shall assign the highest budgetary priority to education and ensure that teaching will attract and retain its rightful share of the best available talents. Kung highest budgetary priority dapat ang edukasyon, bakit po natin binabawasan ang pondong tutulong mismo sa mga estudyante para makapagpatuloy ng pag-aaral? Ang magbibigay ng mga pangmatrikula, pambayad ng uniforme at libro, pamasahe papuntang eskwelahan o pambayad sa boarding house. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa ko mambabatas, sa nakaraang State of the Nation, sinabi po mismo ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr., puspusan nating inaayos at pinapaganda ang ating sistema ng edukasyon. Sa lahat ng mga pinahahalagahan ng administrasyon, ito pa rin ang nasa rurok. Kung mismong Pangulo ang nagsabi na edukasyon ang magiging priority ng budget, dapat tayong manindigan na ang TES na direktang tumutulong sa mga estudyante ay hindi dapat kaltasan, kundi dagdagan. Allow me to discuss the current condition of higher education at Region 12, where I belong. According to the data provided by the Commission on Higher Education, Region 12, there is a steady increase in the number of enrollees in our region from 129,183 students on academic year 2019 to 2020 to 226,506 students on academic year 2024-2025. The value doubled in a matter of 5 years. Out of the current enrollees, 85,055 are currently TES grantees of Region 12. From these, 32,386 students are grantees from higher education institution located in my district. This is at Coronadal City, the regional center of Soc-Sargen and home of several large higher education institutions. Despite this, only 768 students enrolled in HEIs located in my district are currently benefiting from the original amount of 60,000. Napakalayo ng 768 students sa kabuuang bilang ng 87,055 TES grantees sa aking region. 768 students lamang ang nakaranas ng buong 60,000 subsidy. Bakit hindi natin ito gawin sa lahat ng grantees? Bakit hindi natin ibalik ang matibay na suporta ng pamahalaan sa edukasyon ng ating mga mag-aaral. Sa ganitong sitwasyon, ang pagbawas ng TES ay direktang tumatama sa puso ng problema. Napipilitan ang mga kabataan na tumigil sa kanilang pag-aaral dahil kapos ang pera. Edukasyon ang susi upang matigil ang kahirapan ng pamilyang Pilipino, ngunit paano natin tutuldukan ang systemic poverty kung ang edukasyon, the greatest equalizer, ay hindi natin popondohan ng maayos? Mga kwento sa Region 12. Maraming kwento ang ibinahagi ng mga kabataan sa akin, just to name a few. Isang estudyante mula sa Sultan Kudarat, isang TES grantee. Nagbibiyahe ako ng 1 oras kada araw, pamasahe ko 100 pesos araw-araw. Ngunit, ngayon na lumiit ang TES, hindi na ako siguro kayang makagraduate pa. Mula naman sa South Cotabato, ang sabi ng isa, na another grantee, kahit may TES, kulang na kulang para sa pamasahe, uniforme at load sa online classes. Paano pa akong babawasan pa ito? Ilan lamang ito sa mga nagpapatunay na ang TES ay hindi simpleng tulong. Ito ang lifeline ng mga kabataang taga-probinsya. Malayong malayo ang mensahe ng mga mag-aaral sa mga testimonials ng ating mga TES grantees na nakatanggap ng buong suporta mula sa pamahalaan. Maging ang EDCOM 2 ay napuna ang nakakabahalang sitwasyon na ito kung saan isinaad nito sa Year 2 report na limiting the TES subsidy reduces the number of programs that students can afford, disproportionately disadvantageous private institution, and places burden of the living costs such as books, dormitories, and other expenses on students and their families. This financial strain increases the likelihood of students dropping out before completing their education. Ultimately, EDCOM 2 recommends the increase in TES subsidy amount that will reflect the current realities, including living expenses and tuition fees, especially in private higher education institutions. This adjustment would provide a more equitable set of choices for grantees, enabling them to select the programs and institutions based on their preferences rather than financial limitations. Ito ang kahalagahan ng TES program para sa ating mga kabataan. Una, ang kalayaang pumili ng pangarap nilang kurso, hindi sa kung anong kakasya lang sa halagang 13,500 kada semester. Pangalawa, ang pagkakataon na makatapos ang pag-aaral dahil sa suporta ng pamahalaan. Sa kabila ng pag-aaral na ito, humarap na naman ng panibagong hamon ang aking rehiyon. Sa naganap na 48th regular meeting ng UNIPAS Board, kinilala ang pagkatatag ng UP School of Health Sciences sa Coronadal Campus na magdudulot ng reclassification ng Coronadal City na magiging non-place of no SUC-LUC category. Ano po ang implikasyon nito para sa ating mga kabataan? Mas marami ang hindi makaka-avail ng TES program. Bagamat maganda na magkaroon ng karagdagang edukasyon institution sa Coronadal City, ngunit hindi naman kayang ma-accommodate ng UP campus ang lahat ng mga estudyante na kasalukuyang naka-enroll sa private higher education institutions. Meron nga pong UP campus, ngunit ang tanging diploma ay midwifery lamang na kurso. Limitado ang slots at may prioridad na ibibigay ito sa ating mga indigenous people. Sa panahon na mawawala ang PNSL category sa aking distrito, ang mga enrollees sa private higher education institution ay hindi magiging prioridad sa ilalim ng TES program at magiging limitado na lamang sa listahan ng lista ng DSWD. This is the reason why I wrote a formal letter to the Commission on Higher Education and Unipass Board to urgently revisit and correct the policy of this reclassification. The current policy is unfair, unreasonable, and manifestly unjust. It disregards the reality faced by students from South Cotabato and defeats the very purpose of tertiary education subsidy to support those with limited access to higher education. Mahalaga ang partisipasyon ng private HIEIs sa pagpapasiguro ng lahat ng kabataan ay makapag-aral. Ang mga kurso na nasa Maynila ay meron din sa probinsya. Sa dahan-dahang pag-develop ng ating public educational institution, ating kilalanin ang tulong ng mga private institution sa pagbigay ng pag-asa sa bawat kabataang nais makapagtapos ng pag-aaral at bigyan ang mga kabataang naka-enroll sa private higher institution ng pantay na access sa tulong ng gobyerno. According to several jurisprudence on non-retrogression, once state grants a privilege, the right to it cannot simply be taken away without reasonable justification, safeguards, or procedural opportunities. Sa usapin ng edukasyon at karapatan ng mga kabataan, mahalagang alalahanin ang principle of non-retrogression. Hindi dapat bumababa ang antas o halaga ng suportang ibinibigay ng gobyerno sa mga kabataan. Kapag binawasan natin ang TES, malinaw na atras ito, hindi progreso. Sa madaling salita, kapag naipagkaloob na ang isang pribilehiyo, hindi ito basta pwedeng bawasan o ipagkait ng walang makatarungang batayan at tamang proseso. Mr. Speaker, kung itataas natin ang tertiary education subsidy, magiging mas mababa ang dropout rate, mas maraming magtatapos at magiging productive workers. Mas makakapag-focus ang estudyante sa pag-aaral kaysa mag-aalala sa gastos. Basic right ang edukasyon na nararapat nating ibigay sa bawat kabataan. Pantay na laban para sa mga taga-probinsya, gaya ng Region 12, na madalas naiiwan sa resources sa pamagitan ng private higher education institution, available na ang mga kurso na wala sa local universities and colleges and state colleges and universities. Hindi na kailangan lumuwas ng Manila na sa amin na mismo probinsya ang pagkakataon na makapag-aral ng gusto nilang mga kurso. Patas na pagkakataon sa bawat mag-aaral, lalo't higit na nasa low-income families na makapag-enroll ng kursong kanilang pinipili at pagkakataong makamit ang kanilang pangarap. At ang pinakamahalagang puntos, ang pagtatapos ng ating mga kabataan. Kaya naman po tayo gumawa ng ganitong batas ay upang mas madali ang access sa edukasyon ng mga kabataan. Tulong na nararamdaman ang ating nais ibigay, hindi kakarampot na subsidy. Isinumite ng higher education institution sa aking distrito na ilang datos na mahalagang bigyan pansin. Hindi na-sustain ang double-digit enrollment growth na 32.2% noong academic year of 2021 to 2022 at 54.4% noong academic year 2022 to 23. Sa katunayan, bumagsak ang growth rate na ito sa 5.3% noong academic year 2023-2024 at 0.3% noong academic year 2024 at 2025. Ito ang resulta ng pagbawas ng TES sa kabataan. Bakit pa ba sila mag-enroll kung hindi naman nila kaya ang gastusin? Mr. Speaker, panahon na ibalik at taasan ang TES sa hindi bababa sa 60,000 kada taon, sapat para sa tuition fee, educational expenses, at cost of living allowance ng kada rehiyon. I-index ang TES sa inflation at regional living costs para laging relevant. Siguraduhin ang timely release ng TES funds Dahil delayed subsidy ay denied subsidy. Bigyan ng maayos na assessment ang bawat rehiyon. Ang kalagahan ng private higher education institution sa pagtugtong ng kakulangan ng ating mga SUCs and LUCs sa infrastruktura, lalo na sa higit na course offering. TES is not dole out. Ito ay constitutional na mandato at moral obligation. Kung highest budget priority ang edukasyon ayon sa ating konstitusyon, lalo pat sinabi ng Pangulo na ito ang focus ng budget, wala pong dahilan para hindi natin taasan at ayusin ang TES. Education is not charity. It's a nation building. Mr. Speaker, nais kong ulitin muli na ang 13,500 at 10,000 kada semester para sa TES program sa private at public higher education institution respectively ay hindi lang kulang. Ito ay kawalan ng katarungan at paglabag sa saligang batas. Ito ay pagtanggi sa pangako ng ating pamahalaan. Ibalik natin ang makatarungan at sapat na subsidy para sa bawat kabataan. Buksan natin muli ang pinto ng pag-asa. Maging susi tayo ng katuparan ng pangarap ng bawat kabataan, lalo't higit ang mga nasa probinsya ang makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang kayong salamat, Representative Congresista Ferdinand L. Hernandez, Segundo Distrito, South Cotabato. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Hernandez to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The speech of South Cotabato, 2nd District, Representative Hernandez, is referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to suspend the privilege hour. Suspend.
There's a motion to suspend the privilege hour. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 5 dated August 6, 2025 were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading thereof and subsequently to approve the said journal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The reading of the said journal is dispensed with, and Journal Number 5 dated August 6, 2025 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider House Concurrent Resolution Number 4. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill or the resolution.
Secretary General is so directed.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the motion.
Yes, sir.
Motion to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Anong session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate the motion to consider House Concurrent Resolution Number 4, and for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Secretary General, please proceed.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 4. Concurrent Resolution amending the legislative calendar for the first regular session of the 20th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 4.
There's a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 4. All those who say in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against it say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution, Concurrent Resolution Number 4 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until tomorrow, August 13 at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended until August 13, Wednesday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Session is hereby suspended. Daghang salamat. Mayang gabi. Another day, another